Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got an exciting night filled with Pokemon TCG action ahead with Gym Leader Challenge League at Full Grip Games. This is week number 3, so we have an opportunity for a third badge of the season to be earned, and that might mean that we've got a new person getting added to the league board. There are 2 different winners so far for weeks 1 and 2, and now we have an opportunity for someone to either earn their second badge or for a brand new person to get added to the league board here at Full Grip. Round number 1 is up. We're coming in hot, so let's get right on into it. We've got Craig versus Alec in round 1 of our league nights. I know Craig has been into his metal deck lately. Played it last week, so we'll see if that's what he decided to bring tonight. And then Alec has been into his darkness deck. So will we be seeing metal versus darkness? Potentially. 22 players tonight. Wow. We've got an awesome turnout for our Gym Leader Challenge night tonight. And it is going to be dark versus metal. So apparently I'm getting some information from the floor that Craig and Alec had a premonition that they were going to be paired round 1 and be streamed. And that has all come to fruition, folks. So how exciting is that? Craig versus Alec in round 1. Classic Gym Leader Challenge matchup here. 2 longtime GLC locals. Got to play some Gym Leader Challenge just yesterday on stream. It was a lot of fun. With Spence making the trip out from Michigan. So again, shout out to Spence for an awesome stream yesterday. It was great to get to try out some new cards from the Mega Evolution set. I'm very excited about the new cards for sure. And I even got to argue with some of the locals downstairs about how we plan on building our broken new fighting decks with the new Lunatone and Solrock. Mostly Alex Carpenter, yeah. He was telling me I don't need to play Mallow and Lana. Dude, Mallow and Lana, that card is so good. You get to switch and you get to heal. Incredible. But Alex Carpenter was saying no Mallow and Lana. So I don't know. We'll see. I think Mallow and Lana seems insane in the new fighting deck. Your Ogie Dogie's got 230 hit points. Why not heal him? Fantastic. Looks as if Craig's going to be starting off with a whole bunch of mulligans, which I'm sure Alec is excited about. Ooh, and Craig's got a Bridget in this hand. Okay, does he open a basic? No! Yet another mulligan for Craig. This is shaping up to be somewhat disastrous. You really don't want to give your opponent too much of a card advantage in the opening hand. I mean, every time you don't open a basic, you give your opponent +1 card. Well, let's see. I think he's got one now. Okay. So Alec is going to get a fat buff to this opening. And here we go. Round number 1 is underway. Alex got Hoopa in the active spots. And Craig opens Bronzor. Looks like Alec is going to be the one playing first, but no? Craig playing first? Craig is playing first. Okay. And he's got a level ball. I did see a Professor's Research in his opening hand as well. So next turn may have the the potential decision to discard his hand at the expense of losing a Versus Seeker. I did also see a Tate and Liza in the opening hand, so Tate and Liza could be the play also, but I gotta be honest, using Tate and Liza to shuffle draw 5 as your first supporter of the game feels really bad. As you know, just shuffling your hand into your deck and getting 5 new cards. There's a huge difference between 5 and 6, and especially when none of the deck has been thinned out yet. I feel like probably we'll see a Professor's Research discard this hand and see 7 new cards. Off the trainer's mail here, Alec, I think, also finds a Professor Sycamore, and then Alec has a difficult decision to make. You know, do I play Professor Sycamore and discard this entire hand to see 7 new cards? I think that something that we may start to see, a lot of. Oh, and he's got a Piers in hand too. We may start to see a lot of decks gravitate towards the new Lily's Determination supporter once it becomes legal. The Lily's Determination supporter, I think, is going to be one of, if not the strongest supporter in Gym Leader Challenge format. I really do think it's going to be one of the strongest supporters that there is. It is a shuffle draw supporter, allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 8 cards if you have 6 prize cards remaining. So at the beginning of the game, so long as you haven't taken a prize card yet, it is a shuffle draw 8, which is one of the strongest ways you can possibly start out a game in Gym Leader Challenge format. It just does not get much better than that. Not just in Gym Leader Challenge format, but also standard. Getting to draw up to 8 is basically getting a brand new opening hand after you get an opening hand. So it's quite literally insane. One of the strongest draw cards ever printed. And then the thing about the Cynthia's or the Lily's Determination card is that even after your opening turn, even after your opening prize card, it's shuffle draw 8 until you take a prize card, and then after that, it's still a shuffle draw 6. So it's just still nuts. So I think that the Lily's Determination certainly slots into. It is going in, I think, every single one of my Gym Leader Challenge decks. I really cannot imagine playing a deck without it. It is that good of a card. So Alec, going to start the game off with a Piers, grabs the Evolution Incense off of the Trainer's Mail from earlier, and that's going to be so that he can evolve into Lipard next turn. We saw off the Piers decided to go get Purloin. Purloin evolves into Lipard, and Lipard's got the trade ability, so that's going to allow Alec to start turning through his deck a little bit. Uses the Hiding Darkness energy on Hoopa to retreat out of the active and to the bench. And he's doing that so that next turn he can actually use Assault Gate. Assault Gate does 90 damage for 1 energy. Very strong attack. But if this Pokemon didn't move from the bench to the active spot, it does nothing. So Alec has to have that Pokemon on the bench and then move it into the active spot. So I suspect that next turn we'll see Alec retreat into Hoopa to Assault Gate for 90 damage. Craig, he's got a fantastic supporter for turn, Bridget. So you can use Bridget to search his deck for 3 basic Pokemon and put them straight onto the bench. And we'll see what Craig decides to get. Obviously, Matang is a very strong support Pokemon, so I would expect to see a potential Beldum if the Matang line is live in his deck. And you might also want to see Revavroom, right? So Varoom evolves into Revavroom. Revavroom allows you to discard an energy from your hand, fill your hand to 6, so great draw support Pokemon. Craig, I think, is also playing the Archaludon, so maybe we'll see A Duraludon hit the bench. It looks like the 3 are Beldum, Varoom, and Dialga. So not going for that Duraludon yet. And once Beldum is on, once Matang is online, Craig will be able to start using that Metal Maker ability. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, and you can choose any number of basic Metal Energy you find there. Attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like, so fantastic ability. And just as we had thought, looks like Alec is going for that Liepard off the Evolution Incense, and can use Liepard's trade ability to start maneuvering through this deck. Liepard does have just a single retreat cost, so moving the Liepard out of the active spots for Hoopa to take a knockouts will be no problem at all. And it's something that I expect to see Alec do this turn. Alec will certainly take the first prize of this game. He's got not a lot to speak of in this hand, but with Liepard in play, trade is just going to allow Alec to see 2 new cards every turn, at bare minimum. So Alec's going to discard Darkness, draw 2. Does find a Level Ball, so that's key. Alec's going to play the Level Ball and can use Level Ball to go search out maybe like a Sableye. Sableye can use Excavate. Take a look at the top card of the deck, and Alec can just decide whether or not to keep the card there or discard it. Sableye also helps to turn through the deck a little bit. If Alec is playing Spiritomb, might be a good time to go get Spiritomb as well, because you can use Anguish or you can use Building Spite to start building damage counters up on Spiritomb. But I don't know that I see Spiritomb in the deck right now, so it might be prized. It looks like Alec is going to get Zorua. Zorua does evolve into Zork, one of the strongest new cards from the Black Bolt and White Flare sets. There is a new Zoroark in town, and I'm curious to see how that card affects this matchup. The Zoroark has both Mind Jack and Foul Play, so kind of the best of both worlds there, which is very good. Mind Jack attack is slightly nerfed from the Breakthrough Zoroark, and its Foul Play attack is a little bit more expensive than its black and white counterpart. But the fact that you've got access to both is just very strong. Here's a look at that Zoroark now. 120 hit points, gets a nice little HP bump as well. The other 2 Zoroarks have 100 hit points. And here comes Alec with the knockouts from Hoopa, Assault Gates, and Alec has taken the first prize card of the match. Craig can promote that Jirachi. Jirachi is a very strong consistency option for the metal deck. It's got the Stellar Wish ability, which allows him to look at the top 5 cards of the deck, choose a trainer card he finds there, and put it into his hand. So I think Craig is probably prepping for the research now. We see him playing cards out of his hand. He's got an energy to Dialga, Super Rod to recover just the Beldum, and then Professor's Research, discarding Guzma and Tate and Liza. Definitely agree with that play from Craig. Again, Tate and Liza shuffle draw 5 is fine, but at this point where Craig is trying to set up and really wants to find some of those powerful evolution Pokemon, like Matang and Varoom, I think a Professor Research for the dig is quite good. Craig does find Hisuian Heavy Ball, so if he's got any prized basic Pokemon, we could also see that. And Zamazenta was prized, so really big grab for Craig off of the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Zamazenta is certainly the premier attacker in this metal deck with its retaliate attack, capable of doling out 220 damage if a Pokemon was knocked out the previous turn. Stellar Wish finds couple metal energy and an escape rope, so really not too many great options there. You really don't want to use the escape rope as you reset Alex Hoopa, right? You push it to the bench. You don't want to do that at all. So probably just take one of the other cards. You find there, though, Quick Ball is not useful either. Ball Guy could be good for next turn. So I like the Ball Guy grab. And Ball Guy could go get those evolution Pokemon like Revavroom. And once Craig is able to get Revavroom and Metang online, this metal deck is really going to start cooking. Craig lays down the Metal Frying Pan. I don't like Craig equipping the Metal Frying Pan yet onto the Beldum. Well, I guess the Beldum has 70 hit points. So actually, I do understand why he's doing that then. Yeah, I like that. Metal Frying Pan on the Beldum makes it so that if Alec does have Guzma, that the Beldum can't get knocked out. So it does just barely fix the math there, seeing that Craig is playing a 70 hit point Beldum. I was thinking maybe he was playing the 60 hit point Beldum, in which case the math doesn't matter for Hoopa, but actually with 70, it really does make a difference. Alec deciding to use trade discards counter energy, saying, you know what, I'm winning. No way, I don't need this counter energy. I'm ahead on prizes. And does find Avery off of the trade. Avery is going to be huge here, as it's going to force Craig to discard 2 of his bench Pokemon. Don't love that for Craig, and I'm sure he doesn't love that either. Having a nice wide bench of 5 feels very good, and having that chopped down to 3 is certainly pretty painful. Looks like Craig is thinking to keep Zamazenta gonna go. All right, Zamazenta goes. The Dialga is closer to attacking than Zamazenta. And Mind Jack with the Zoroark, keeping the pressure on, dealing 90 damage to knock out Craig's Jirachi. And Alec is really getting out of the gates quick with this Darkness deck, which is exactly what you want to do as the Darkness player. Darkness is a historically aggressive type. It's got a lot of really strong, low energy cost attacks, and we see Alec starting to build Spite on Spiritomb on the bench, so he's got that attacker going, Zoroark, and if we take a look at all of the attackers that Alec has in play right now, they all have one thing in common, and that is the single energy attack cost, right? Mind Jack can do 150 damage for just 1 darkness energy if the opponent has 5 bench Pokemon. We've also got the Spiritomb, Anguish Cry. Just like Mind Jack, can do 160 damage for just 1 darkness energy if you have 5 damage counters on Spiritomb. And of course, getting the damage counters on Spiritomb is no problem, since Spiritomb has the building Spite ability, which allows you to place a damage counter on it every turn. And then finally, the Hoopa, also a single energy attacker with the Assault Gate attack. So all of these attacks can be used very efficiently, and we contrast that with the Metal deck, and the Metal deck has got a bunch of high energy cost attackers. Dialga here has the Metal Blast attack, which does 120 damage for 3 metal. Compare 120 damage for 3 metal energy with the Spiritomb and the Zoroark, which could both do 150, 160 with just a single darkness energy. And you can see how much more expensive the metal Pokemon's attacks are. Same with Zamazenta. Zamazenta, I mean, can do 220 damage if a Pokemon was knocked out. But again, it costs 3 energy in order to use. And, all right, big Metal Maker does find 1 Metal Energy. I think he needed 2 Metal Energy off the Metal Maker in order to attack with Dialga this turn. So you could see him kind of upsets that he didn't get both. I don't think he has a Metal Energy in hand. Played Ball Guy as the supporter for turn. So tough there for Craig. Craig was able to use Quick Ball and Ultra Ball this turn in order to get the Q-Fonts and the Metang into play. But this Dialga is just going to be hanging out here in the active. Unfortunately, will not be able to take the knockout on Zoroark. Craig needed to hit 2 off that Metal Maker in order to do that. But all hope is not lost for Craig, as he does get to announce Temporal Backflow. He's got 2 Metal Energy, so can use Temporal Backflow, which allows him to put a card from his discard pile into his hand. We see him grab the Versus Seeker off of Temporal Backflow, which is just some nice recursion, and it's going to allow Craig to be flexible next turn with whatever supporter he wants to play. Alec does not have an immediate answer to the Dialga on board. The thing about playing that Avery the turn previous was that Avery forced Craig to discard his bench down to 3, and Mind Jack does 30 damage times the amount of bench Pokemon your opponent has in play. So now Mind Jack is only swinging for 90 damage, and Craig does have the Crystal Cave in play also, which is going to allow Craig to heal 30 damage from his Metal Pokemon every turn. We already talked about the strength of the Darkness deck, which is that it's got all these low-to-the-ground, very efficient attackers. A lot of the attackers in the Darkness deck only cost a single Darkness Energy. Weavile also only costs a single Darkness Energy. With its Evil Admonition attack, we see Alec with the Weavile in hand right now. And discarding it. It's funny, you discard Weavile with trade, and then immediately draws into Sneasel. But Alec does have a Rescue Stretcher in hand, so I understand why he decided to pitch the Weavile off of the trade. Yeah, as it is right here, Alec does not have an immediate way to knock out the Dialga. Something that I'm really liking in the Darkness deck right now is playing Professor Kukui. And you could see why. With a card like Professor Kukui in the Darkness deck, if Alec had Professor Kukui this turn, he would actually be able to take the knockout on this Dialga, because Mind Jack does 90. Professor Kukui would increase that damage to 110, and Alec also has Muscle Band in hand. So would be able to take a one-hit KO, reach to 130, despite the fact that Craig has a smaller bench right now. So I think that a card like Professor Kukui would be really good in Darkness decks, especially since you're trying to just draw off the top of the deck. Professor Kukui pairs really well with the Sableye, which has the Excavate ability. It also pairs really well with Trade, since you can use Professor Kukui to draw 2 cards, Trade to draw 2 more cards, and you're kind of just continuing to draw off the top of the deck and increase your hand size. Speaking of hand size, Craig plays N as his supporter for turn, finds the Metal Energy he needs to take the knockout with this Dialga, used Crystal Cave to heal it, and we've got a Metal Maker, which is a swing and a miss for Craig. So those 4 cards will go to the bottom of the deck. And Craig's got a very live hand off of this N to 6, but unfortunately no Revavroom and no Caparaja yet. Metal Blast from Craig. And he'll take his first prize of the match. Finds the Hisuian Heavy Ball again. You see him flashing to the camera, and it's funny. Gym Leader Challenge players always say, as soon as you use Hisuian Heavy Ball is always the first prize you take off the prizes after you put it in the prizes. So pretty funny to see Craig reinforce that that belief there as he finds Hisuian Heavy Ball. I see Alec using Building Spite. Promotes Zorark, who can finish off this Dialga easily with the Mind Jack attack, which is still going to be doing 90 damage. I see a couple stadiums in Alec's hand. He's got the, I think it's a Plasma, what is that? Frozen City, that's it. Frozen City is a stadium card that says whenever a player attaches an energy from their hand to their non-plasma Pokemon, you place 2 damage counters on that Pokemon. And the concept of playing Frozen City, none of these Pokemon are plasma Pokemon, by the way. There is actually an Absol, which is not like the worst card ever. There is a plasma Absol. If you're a huge Absol fan, you could play Absol in your deck. And it's not like the worst. It's got Mind Jack as well, and it's a basic Pokemon, and it does 20 more damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So it could do 120 for 2. It's like not the worst. So yeah, there is like one playable Darkness Plasma Pokemon out there. It's an Absol from Plasma Freeze, which was released 12 years ago. But Alec is not playing the Absol. So the concept is that you can put the Frozen City in play, and then get an extra 2 damage counters onto your Spiritomb to help reach a higher damage output Anguish Cry sooner. Because, you know, Spiritomb's Building Spite. You kind of see it coming from a mile away, right? Like every turn, the Spiritomb is gaining 1 additional damage counter with the Building Spite ability. But then having the option in your deck to kind of skip that ahead a turn with the Frozen City is very good. I also like Rainbow Energy in these Darkness decks for the same reason. You can attach your Rainbow Energy to Spiritomb and skip ahead a damage counter in that way. So it's another thing that I really like. The issue with Craig's board right now is that Craig does not have a backup attacker. He is in a really tough spot, and we can kind of see the turn that Craig decided to discard the Zamazenta off of that Avery. It's really coming back to bite him now because he was not able to find a backup attacker in time, and now he has to promote Varoom, and the Metal deck is not the most nimble of decks. I mean, it's not like super easy to move Pokemon in and out of the active spot. So having to promote a Varoom, and then it's like, okay, well, not only does Craig need to find a few energy, build up a backup attacker, he also needs to get the Varoom out of the active. Unfortunately for Craig, he does have a skateboard in hand, so that solves that part of the equation, but does still need to find a backup attacker and power it up this turn, which is just a lot to ask. As Craig plays Pokegear and whiffs it, so that's not an option this turn. And he does have teammates, so I think teammates, and it's got to be like Caparaja and something else, and you got to just say like, I'm hitting 2 energy off of this Metang. As we see, Craig is going to get the Varoom and an Evo Soda, the Revavroom and Evo Soda. Get both these evolutions out. I like this. And here is the big schnaz. Caparaja is here to party. 190 hit point stage 1 Pokemon. Now Craig has an option to Metang first or Revavroom first. Gonna Revavroom first. Do we hit 2? 1, 2. And Craig has got the attack. 2 Metal Energy. He needed this turn. It's got a 2 metal energy hit off of the Metal Maker, and then is guaranteed an attachment for turn with the Mount Coronet in play. He can use Mount Coronet to get 2 metal energy from his discard pile back to his hand, attached for turn, and this is a very muscular nose we're about to see. Swinging in for 220 damage. A muscular nose, very strong attack. However, does have the downside. If this Pokemon has 8 or more damage counters on it, this attack does nothing. So Caparaja, not the easiest Pokemon to use back-to-back turns if it does sustain a hit. With 190 hit points, though, and a lot of damage-reducing tools in the metal deck, it is very easy for the Caparaja to survive a hit. The real play that you usually want to make is that you want Caparaja to soak a hit, and then you want to play Mallow and Lana to heal 120 damage, move the Caparaja to the bench. Combine that with like a Crystal Cave, which we already saw Crystal Cave get played and discarded, but hypothetically, if you were to use Crystal Cave, I mean, you could heal 150 damage from your Caparaja in a single turn, which is just massive. So Craig gonna Muscular Nose, bring it down to 4 prizes, and now this is a pretty close game as Alec promotes his Spiritomb. And we've got Galarian Zigzagoon evolving into Lanoon. I love this. I do love Alec is choosing to play the very powerful, what is it, Galarian Obstagoon. Galarian Obstagoon has got, I think that Alec is playing the one with the Knuckle Impact attack. If you're playing Triple Acceleration Energy, or if you're playing Ignition Energy, you can use Knuckle Impact for just a single energy attachment. Does 180 damage, and then Wicked Ruler, once during your turn, you can force your opponent to discard their hand down to 4. Alec does not have a way to one-hit KO the Caparaja, so as we said. Oh, and here is the play. Yes. Alec just has to swing into Caparaja for not a knockout with Spiritomb, and this is a huge play from Craig. Not only is Craig able to use Versus Seeker to recover Mallow and Lana and heal this Caparaja, switching it to the bench is the exact play I was talking about, but the Caparaja still has 20 damage on it, and Caparaja can use Dig Drain this turn to deal 60 damage to the Spiritomb and heal 30 damage from himself. So Caparaja is going to get to go at least 2 for 1. Nest Ball finds Duraludon, and we've also got a Metal Saucer to accelerate an energy. Mallow and Lana switch to Revavroom, and Revavroom can retreat before using the Rumbling Engine ability. And we see there, as Craig draws into 2 metal energy off of the Rumbling Engine. It's a funny sequencing thing. You're always like, do I Metal Maker first or do I Rumbling Engine first? But thankfully, Craig does find a metal energy off the Metal Maker and can use Dig Drain to take the knockout, tie this game up at 3-3 prizes, and now Alec is in a lot of trouble. How the tides of this game have turned. Absolutely crazy to see. Absolutely crazy. All right. I hope, I'm going to have to ask, did Craig actually discard? Hey, Craig, did you discard off the Mallow and Lana? It happened very fast.
No, you're right.
Okay, well, okay. So here's the thing, though, is that you used your ability to draw more cards after the Mallow and Lana. So here's what you can do to repair the game state. You're allowed to play Mallow and Lana and not heal. and you legally used the attack Dig Drain last turn, so you have to put 120 damage back onto your Cop. Well, actually, you have to put 110 damage back onto your Caparaja. All right. In my eyes, this is the only way to repair the game state. Yeah, that's the only way. There you go. All right. So Craig was so excited about playing the Mallow and Lana that he forgot to discard 2 cards off of it. All right, so let's take a look at the Mallow and Lana card, because it is an interesting card in that it's got like this two-prong effect. Not a lot of supporters operate like this now, right? It's kind of a very unique thing. So, yeah, Mallow and Lana. Switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon, right? So you could just do that. That's like the guaranteed effect of the supporter. In fact, if you play Mallow and Lana, you have to do that. But when you play this card, you may discard 2 other cards from your hand. If you do, heal 120 damage from the Pokemon you move to your bench. So, Craig forgot to discard the 2 cards from his hand in order to proc the healing effect of Mallow and Lana. He just used it as a switch. So that is very unfortunate for Craig, because he kind of played through his turn so fast and then like used Rumbling Engine and used Matang. I mean, he procced a whole bunch of abilities. There's no rewinding that. So, yeah, did not discard the 2 cards off Mallow and Lana. So he illegally healed the Caparaja, but fortunately, Caparaja did not end up using the Muscular Nose attack. And Caparaja just used Dig Drain to knock out the Spiritomb. So actually is extremely rewindable. But unfortunately for Craig, his Caparaja is looking worse for the wear this turn. Instead of Craig being in like the absolute dominant position that he would have been in with an undamaged Caparaja in the active, I think just getting a little bit ahead of himself with the game actions. And now Alec is, I mean, this is huge for Alec. Alec still has to find a response to the Caparaja, right? He doesn't actually have it on board. We see he's got a Cynthia that he's maybe considering playing. Shuffle draw 6. He's got Guzzlord on the bench, but Guzzlord is very difficult to power up nowadays since double turbo since twin energy and double colorless energy are no longer legal for play. So not the easiest Pokemon to power up. Red Banquet, though, would be insane if Alec can get a Red Banquet going, and it's not impossible. We do see that Obstagoon also making its way onto Alec's bench. And, dude, that, I'm telling you, this Wicked Ruler ability could be absolutely devastating. I mean, Craig already had to waste a resource in order to... I mean, Craig already had to waste resources, right? Because he used Mallow and Lana for effectively no effect. He used Mallow and Lana to switch the Caparaja to the bench and then had to retreat in energy off of the Reviv Room, right? All for what he thought was healing the Caparaja, but then didn't end up healing the Caparaja. And then Alec is able to use that Wicked Ruler ability on the Obstagoon to force Craig to discard his hand down to just 4. And now Alec is using Sableye and its Disable attack to do 10 damage to Caparaja and make it so that Caparaja cannot use, I imagine, the Dig Drain attack. I imagine if you're using Disable, you're probably disabling Dig Drain. Fortunately for Craig, though, Craig immediately evolves into Archaludon, and Craig's board state is kind of saved now. He can use Archaludon's Metal Bridge ability to retreat for free and actually pivot into the Archaludon. The Archaludon has got a very serviceable attack. Iron Blaster. I wouldn't even use serviceable. I mean, it's just an incredible attack, right? Iron Blaster, 160 damage for 3. It is quite good. And Craig deciding to use... Okay, so it looks like Alec actually decided to disable Muscular Nose this last turn instead of Dig Drain. And Craig saying, okay, I'm going to Dig Drain again for 60. Instead of retreating into the Archaeolodon and taking the knockout, using Dig Drain for 60. So we're at a little bit of a standstill here as both players kind of figuring out what to do next. Very interesting board state that we find ourselves in. Alec has got some cards going on in his hand. I mean, he's got options for sure. He's got some kind of a loaded hand. He's got the Beast Ring, which he can use to power up the Guzzlord. And now I've got the Obstagoon scan here, so let's take a look at that. This is the Wicked Ruler ability that Alec has been using to force Craig to discard down to 4. It's a very disruptive ability. Especially, I mean, Craig's got the Rev of Room in play, which allows him to draw till 6 every turn. It looks like Craig just decided to use Hex Maniac last turn, right? So Hex Maniac turns off abilities. That makes sense. Now I understand why Craig just decided. And you could see Alec really didn't do a lot, right? Because Craig decided to use Hex Maniac to turn off abilities and just kind of Dig Drain, take a tempo turn to heal. And now uses the free retreat of the Archaeolodon, Metal Bridge, to pivot into Archaeolodon, take the knockout. He's got another energy onto his bench Zamazenta as well. If the Kaparaja can heal just a little bit more, it'll be able to attack again. I'm not going to lie. It looks like Alec is still in a pretty tough spot, even with the Mallow and Lana misplay. Now, Alec does have access to his abilities again, so can use trade. Beast Ring is up, though, so I imagine that Alec must be out of Darkness Energy in his deck if he decided not to use Beast Ring. Yeah, he must be out. He would have probably had to find a Super Rod in order to recover energy back into the deck to use Beast Ring. That's really the only explanation for Alec not using Beast Ring last turn. And we could say, I mean, look at all the Darkness Energy that he's got, you know, like in the... He's got 1 Darkness Energy in the deck. And he cooked himself. You could tell. Look at him. You could tell. That's the look of a man who's cooked himself. I think he doesn't have enough resources to be able to win this game. Because right now he's using Piers to look for the ignition energy so that he can swing with Obstagoon. That's exactly the... Okay. He's using Piers. Piers allows you to find a Darkness, Pokemon, and an energy from your deck and put them into your hand. So that would be really good to go search out the ignition energy, right? Because you go Piers searches out ignition energy, slap ignition energy onto Galarian Obstagoon, Knuckle Impact for 180, go to 2 prizes. But Alec did not check his prize cards close enough, and now he is paying the price for it. We do see that Alec is playing Clara, so he can recover 2 energy there, but also Alec is kind of cooked because he traded away. Keep in mind, Alec traded away the counter energy early on in the game. Said, you know, I'm going to be winning this game the whole time. I don't need it. And now is in a pretty brutal spot. I do like the Sneasel getting benched for Alec, though. I don't like this. Definitely do not counter catch or something. There's a whole... Yeah, there's a whole... Like, Alec plays the... This is the thing, is like when you start tilting in the Pokemon TCG, sometimes you could just like keep tilting. Alec just like lets that counter catcher fly, but really for no reason, because all Craig has to do is put a single energy onto any of his Pokemon and he'll be able to move them out of the active. So Time has been called. And this is turn 0. Alec is turn 0. So Craig will still have 2 turns, but does have to take 2 prizes over the course of the next 2 turns in order to win. And so long as Craig can find energy that he needs in order to retreat this Matang, swing with the Archaludon, Craig should have it so long as he can find energy in the next couple turns. But Galarian Obstagoon has got 170 hit points, so it's actually not guaranteed. I think if this game goes on indefinitely, Craig wins every single time. Craig's only got 2 cards left in deck. Holy cow, dude. Okay, well, now things are getting interesting. Does Craig have any recursion left? I think Craig is kind of like out of resources. And I think that these two are saying, like, okay, is it just going to be a tie? All right, well, now, okay, now that I understand that Craig's only got 2 cards left in deck, I think Alec's Countercatcher makes a lot of sense. Yep, so Craig just has to pass. I think Alec's going to have to pass, and it's probably just going to be a tie here. Unreal. 40 minutes, and this is how it goes, guys. A tie? You're killing me, bro. All right, round 1, Craig versus Alec. They had a premonition that they would play. Craig did not have the cleanest use of his resources there with the Mallow and Lana misplay, and then ended up running out of resources to seal the deal against Alec. Had him on the ropes, but did not have the resources left in deck to be able to finish the game. Alec also had a misplay, thinking he had the ignition energy in the deck, but didn't. And these two players are going to end up tying here in round number 1. So with the tie on a big night tonight, both players still have an opportunity to potentially win. It is going to be a 5-rounder, but a record of 4-0-1 would still be very good. Now, the thing about it is, yes, so like I see a comment on YouTube, time rules are dumb, right? Time rules are dumb. Craig would have decked out. Yes, Craig would have decked out, but then how do you want to rule time rules, right? Because you could say like, all right, tournaments have to exist within a time constraint, or you're going to have people just take all day and the tournament will never finish, and then it decreases the enjoyment of the event for all parties involved, right? So then how do you decide a game if it goes to time? And 40 minutes plus 3 turns is plenty of time for 2 players to decide the outcome of a match. It really is. It's plenty of time. So if a match goes to time, how do you decide the winner? The only logical way in my mind to decide a winner like would be based on prize lead, of which Craig had the prize lead, right? So with Craig having a prize lead there, it's like, well, then Craig would have won based on prize lead. So like Craig would have decked out eventually, yes, but tournaments don't really get played with unlimited time the entire time, right? It's just like not really how it works. There's no way that any tournament organizer is going to agree to let every single Swiss round of a tournament be untimed. That would, and not only that, I as a player would not agree to play in such a tournament, because that is an egregious waste of my time. Because you're telling me I have to sit around here and wait for the slowest of the slowest players to play infinite time every Swiss round? I would never agree to that. So it just is what it is. It is what it do. All right, Chase has got us. Okay, Chase versus Austin in round 2. We do have a 5-rounder here. All right, who did the Zoomer haircut better? All right, chat. Who's got the better Zoomer haircut? Is it Austin Charles on the left, or is it Chase Juicy on the right. I know, two very handsome gentlemen here going to be duking it out in round number 2. They've got mirrored haircuts. Do they both got the chain on too? Dude, the Zoomer swag is off the charts. All right, who did the chain better? Chase? Or Austin? All right, they both got the chain swag. All right, who did the beard better? Was it Austin? Or was it Chase? Do they both have diamond earrings? Ah, Chase does not have the earrings. Okay. Yes. Well, let's go. Round number 2. Really excited about this match. Two very talented Pokemon TCG players right here. And it looks like Austin is playing the Spread Lightning deck. And I suspect that Chase is playing Psychic. It looks like Austin's got a very nice looking opening hand with a Volkner in it. Can use Volkner to go get Buddy Buddy Poffin to set up early. Oh, Chase is playing colorless. Cool. I have to say, I think Austin is certainly quite favored here. Spread Lightning versus colorless. A lot of the colorless attackers are kind of squishy. Cramorant's even weak to lightning. So is Dodrio. We see a Doduo in Chase's hand. So, Chase was able to win round 1 with his colorless decks, going first here up against Austin's Dynamo. Chase got Hisuian Heavy Ball. See if he hits anything. Does find, I think, a Rangaroo, which is a fine card to find. Starts with Cramorant in the active. Unfortunately, no outs to Fan Rotom there for Chase. I know he would love to have a Fan Rotom Fan Call start, but that's not an option for him. As he just has to go Hisuian Heavy Ball. Does find the Rangaroo. I think Doduo gets benched. And it's got a powerful colorless in hand, and colorless tenacity, so powerful colorless. Is it really going to Doduo? I almost don't hate. Yeah, it's tough, right? There's like not a great option for powerful colorless. I think powerful colorless on Doduo is a fine choice. Doduo attacks, right? Like this Doduo could actually get in there next turn. Like hypothetically. Austin's got a very strong opening though. And with Dynamo in the active, I mean, we could see a turn 1 Zapdos. I imagine that's what we're going to see. And this new Dynamo from the Black Bolt and White Flare sets has free retreat. So Dynamo is an excellent starter for Austin. Why did I put these guys at a record of 1-1? I don't know, guys. Sorry. It's been a long day. All right. They're both 1-0. I'm sorry. It's round 2. And I also didn't update the rounder. Dude, dang. I'm fried. Okay. It's round 2. And both players are 1-0. Here we go. Round number 2, Gym Leader Challenge League Night. We've got Austin Charles on the left. The record of 1-0 versus Chase Juicy on the right. Also with a record of 1-0. Austin's got a great start. Can use Volkner to search out Battle VIP Pass and a Lightning Energy. Uses Quick Ball to go get Blitzel. And I expect Battle VIP Pass to fetch this Zapdos, which can use Thunderous Assault to deal 80 damage on the first turn of the game. However, Thunderous Assault does not hit for weakness, so will not be able to take a one-hit KO on this Cramorant. However, this is a spread Lightning deck, so I do expect that Austin will be able to clean up this Cramorant at some point later in the game. I mean, Cramorant has only got 110 hit points, so hitting it for 80 puts it in range of getting KO'd later by a Regieleki. Regieleki is just one of the gnarliest attackers in the format. Terra Spark does 120 damage and 40 damage to 2 bench Pokemon, which is just totally nuts. And here comes Zapdos screaming in for 80 damage with Thunderous Assaults. And does Chase have anything to help him out here? He's got Winona off the top, which is a pretty good card. And we can see he is certainly considering it. I mean, Colress's Tenacity would get him a Stadium and an Energy, but he's already got a Jet Energy in hand, so I think Winona certainly kind of seems like the card to play, though he doesn't really have a great attack lined up for this turn. So I understand his hesitation, but I think it's got to be Winona, and you have to start building up an attacker that's going to be kind of tough to deal with. Winona allows Chase search his deck for 3 colorless Pokemon, put them into his hand, so he can go get Dodrio if Dodrio is in his deck. And we do see Dodrio there getting thumbed to the front, so Dodrio is going to be an option. And it looks like he's also considering maybe Chinchino or just prize checking. Yeah, he's prize checking. Fan Rotom. Squovit. Squovit can allow Chase to see some new cards, but is a liability. Fan Rotom, pop for 70, doesn't feel bad. However, I would really like to save this Parallel City in Chase's hand. Like, wait until Austin decides to bench out, then play it, right? We're also getting a report from the field that we've got every Gym Leader Challenge type present at today's event. There are 22 players, and all 10 types are represented in the field, so that is awesome for today's events. No fairy, of course. No fairy. Fairy is not real. They stopped printing fairy cards like, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago? 6 years ago now? There we go. Zooming draw. And yeah, it looks like Chase is going to preemptively play the Parallel and is going to just Nest Dash. So that all makes sense. Hand going to the bottom of the deck, finds 1. And then can draw 2. Finds Tag Call and Capture Energy. Does not commit that Jet Energy, as he's doesn't have a target that he'd rather have in the active spots. The one issue with all of this is Chase did not actually go get like a real solid attacker right here. So Chase doesn't have like a great Pokemon to attach any of these energy to. You can use Capture Energy on the Cramorant and go get a decent attacker, but like that doesn't feel good. I don't hate just slapping an energy down onto like a Rangaroo. A Rangaroo, after all, is like not weak to fire, or not weak to, sorry, I saw the fire energy, not weak to lightning, which is nice. Austin does have Zebstrika ready to go. And Culver's Tenacity looking like it's going to be the supportive choice for Austin. And that's kind of why I wanted Chase to save this. Like, I really wanted Chase to save that Parallel City, right? Because if your opponent hasn't played a single stadium card yet, the odds of you being able to get a stadium to stick are like almost none. So Chase's, like, Parallel City is one of the strongest stadium cards in the format. And one of the reasons it's so strong is because your opponent very often is going to expand their bench to 5. And Parallel City can just say, discard 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. It's crazy, right? You force them to discard 2 bench Pokemon. When you're trying to play Parallel City is like kind of a preventative card, like preventing your opponent from benching more Pokemon. I mean, you always risk this happening where Parallel City got played for no effect, right? But if you wait and hold your Parallel City for once your opponent has benched over 3 Pokemon, then you're in a position where you're always going to have an effect of the Parallel City. So I really would have liked to see Chase hold on to that parallel there. Now, Austin doesn't have like a guaranteed strong move this turn. I mean, it's looking like he's sprinting away a Super Rod and a Night Stretcher, which is really tough. I don't know if Austin's playing like Clara in his deck or something. I've recently started playing Clara in my Lightning deck because of this kind of situation. Clara is like a recovery card that's very malleable in the Lightning deck because you can get it back with Cynthia and Caitlyn or Versus Seeker or Lucamine. I mean, there's like a bunch of ways to recover Clara, so you're never like truly out of recovery cards. But if you're only playing item-based recovery cards in the Lightning deck, then you do run the risk of getting into a situation where you just have to sprint with Zebstrika, and you're unable to recover Pokemon, right? Like if you just have like the Super Rod, Night Stretcher there. I mean, Austin had to pitch those, but now is down 2 item-based recovery cards. It's really tough. It looks like Austin probably just going to have to poke for 10 with Zapdos. Zapdos, similar to Hoopa with the Assault Gates. Ooh, actually it does have a knockout. Electropower can use Zapdos to Thunderous Assault for 40. Yep, Thunderous Assault only does 10 plus 70 if you switch from the bench to the active spot. But with the buff of Electropower, Zapdos can swing for 40, finish off the Cramorant, and Chase is going to promote the Dodrio. Austin is pretty well established now, does have Flaffy on the bench, so can use the Dynamotor ability to start charging up that Regieleki on the bench. And Regieleki is just a very intimidating Pokemon to be facing down. Again, just capable of spreading 200 damage to the board. Chase does find Snorlax off of the Nest Dash and can instruct. Finds Evo Soda to evolve his Bibarel, which is a total game changer with Bibarel online. Chase can use the Industrious Incisors ability, fill his hand to 5, which is huge. And then does also have double turbo energy in hand, so he can use the double turbo energy. I imagine that gets slapped onto Snorlax. But the problem with Hop Snorlax is that, Chase is playing against a spread deck. So all the damage that you put onto yourself can be really detrimental And Hop Snorlax dynamic press attack does 80 damage to itself. So that is really tough. It looks like Chase was considering activating Zooming Draw there, but decides not to. And instead uses Artisan to go get Minccino out of the deck, which does reorder the deck. Now, with Chase having a Fire Energy in the discard pile, it is possible if he finds Mela or Raihan off of this Pokegear in his hand, he could actually launch an attack with a Snorlax this turn. He's also got Muscle Band, so I mean, Ballistic Beak is doing what? 3, 6, 9, 110. Ballistic Beak is taking this knockout. And with the powerful colorless energy, yeah, it's 70 damage plus 40. That will actually get there. So Chase takes the knockout with Ballistic Beak. Chase's decision to put the powerful colorless energy on the Dodrio paying off thanks to that Muscle Band. And Dodrio can actually answer the Zapdos, tying this game up. Now, in order for Chase to pull off the win in this matchup, I suspect that he'll have to get some pretty nasty Hex Maniac plays going with Hops Kramer. I think that that's kind of like the highest chance of Chase being able to win. And we do see that I think Chase just pulled Hex Maniac off the prizes. So Austin is going to go to just 4 prizes next turn. And this is how Chase wins, right? If Chase can go Cramorant, 120 damage, Hex Maniac, knockout, right? And then go Versus Seeker, Hex Maniac, Fickle Spitting, knockout again. That is like a pretty convincing argument for the game, I would say. And as it is right now, Chase does have that option in hand. I mean, he's got the Hex. He just needs to find a way to recover that Cramorant. And he doesn't have that. So that's big, right? Would have to find like a Rescue Stretcher or something like that. That is... The Cramorant is the colorless deck's strongest assets. The fact that it can just swing for 150 damage with the Hop Snorlax in play, because keep in mind, Hop Snorlax Extra Helpings ability does buff the Cramorant. The Cramorant could even attack for free if you've got a Hop's Choice Band. It looks like Austin just going to take a little bit of a tempo turn here. And, well, with the supporters, I mean. So, like, no real heavy draw supporter. Just using Volkner. Versus Seeker for Volkner. Volkner gets the Evolution Incense. And that is going to help him to go get the Electivire in play. And this is, like, Austin's best play. Because Chase's best play here is to use Hex and attack with Cramorant. But with Austin having 2 Dynamotor Pokemon... he might be able to get this Electabuzz powered up to the point where it is very close to being able to launch an attack. Let me see. Austin also playing Thundurus, but no, doesn't have a Lightning Energy in the discard pile to Dynamotor, so just has to Terra Spark with Regieleki, 120 damage to the active, taking the knockout, and 40 damage to 2 bench Pokemon. 40 damage going to Minccino. And the Dodrio is down. Let's see, what does Chase do? Chase does have the option to Hex Maniac and take a knockout with the Hop Snorlax, which is still pretty good. Evolution Incense, going to go get the Chinchino. And now Chase has got just a board full of incredible draw options. Use Artisan to go get Snorlax. And yeah, I mean, look at all these draw Pokemon. We've got Oranguru, can instruct, fill the hand to 3. We've got Chinchino, can make do, draw 2, discard 1. We've got Bieberell, can fill the hand to 5. That is the strength of the colorless deck. So many draw options available. We'll see what Chase finds as he extends the hand. Does find town map there. Flips his prizes over, and the prizes stay flipped over for the remainder of the game. Going to attach to... Ooh, attaching to the Snorlax on the bench is risky. Keep in mind, Chase does not actually have the energy necessary. Yeah. All right. There. I was going to say, yeah, that's crazy, bro. And actually, Chase should not attach the energy yet until he plays this Pokegear. Because what if you find, like, the Hop's Choice Band off your supportive return or something like that? But I think Chase is kind of, like, committed to playing this Hex, so I understand. And he's just going to play the Hex, take a knockout. Another small missed opportunity there from Chase because I think he could have used Bieberell's Industrious Incisors for 1 to draw 1 additional card. I think that he only had a 4-card hand with the Hex. I think, but I'm not quite sure. All right, and the Hop Snorlax does 80 damage to itself with Dynamic Press. So Snorlax only has 30 hit points remaining. I think this Electabuzz actually does, like, some damage with that first attack. And Austin's got teammates to play, so can just get whatever he wants out of the deck. And it might just be like a teammates for energy Zapdos situation, but I don't know if he's got a lightning energy in the deck, to be honest. Kind of taking a look here. I don't think he does. So, yeah, I think he's out of, basically, he's got this grass in his deck so he can play Crispin. But we see with the Rescue Stretcher draw, he's thinking like, okay, well, maybe I could go get Zapdos and poke, right? But I think the play that Austin might not see right here is, you know who does 30 damage, folks, for 1 energy? That's right. Electivire does. I don't know if Austin sees... Oh, he's got the... Okay, he's got the lightning energy in hand. So I actually think that you probably do just Rescue Stretcher for Zapdos. But, I mean, you could... I don't think you want to sack the Electivire. You really don't want to, like, offer up the Electivire. But that option is there. You could poke with Electivire for 30. I think that Rope is interesting. I do think that Austin probably wants to... Well, now I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Because Thundurus doesn't have free retreat. Does it? Does Thundurus have free retreat? Am I tripping? If Thundurus has free retreat, that card's broken. No, it's got a retreat cost of 2. I was expecting Austin to escape rope and poke with Zapdos this turn. Ah, he's got Floatstone. Okay, that's fine. Sure. And Zapdos, poke for 80 damage. Chase does have Guzma. At this point, I really like... If Chase uses Guzma to go take out... Guzma to take out the Zebstrika. If there's one way to stop the Lightning deck from working, it's to knock out Zebstrika. So I might like that. I think I want to see Chase just use Guzma to take out Zebstrika. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Because Austin's got a 1-card hand and didn't play it. He played Teammates, right? But you kind of know the 2 cards he got off Teammates. So I think here, this is when you pounce on Lightning. If you go for the Zebstrika here, I mean, the whole thing could just fall apart. Lightning's board state is incredibly dependent on Zebstrika. It really is. Looks like Chase is eyeing up Cynthia and Caitlin off of the Pokegear. Let's see, what does Chase decide to go with? No easy choice. Chase not having a bench space right now for Cramorant, I think, is absolutely gutting him. If he could just go Cramorant, Energy, Guzma, I mean, that would just like be the play. I agree with Chase's decision to gust up the Zebstrika, but it would be so much. Like, imagine if the Hop Snorlax was a Cramorant. Or not the Hop Snorlax, the other Snorlax was a Cramorant right now. That would be huge. I do think you have to put the counter energy on the Snorlax for sure on the bench. Did Pokegear go back into the deck? No, I don't. Oh, yeah. Yo, Chase. I think there's a Pokegear you shuffled into your deck. The Pokegear. Where is it? Yes. Good catch, chat. Good catch. Man, you guys see everything. Good catch, chatters. I see that mistake happen way more than you would think. Yeah, thankfully, we found it before he started drawing, so that's good. Palpad, Guzma, and Hex back into the deck. All right, Chase is making some good decisions here. I mean, you definitely need to Guzma the Zebstrika. You definitely want to recycle the Hex. I mean, these are all solid choices. The one thing that I don't love is just the Snorlax on the bench. Snorlax from Lost Origin. Hop Snorlax going to blow itself up. So basically trades a prize. Both players going to get to take a prize here. And the hope is that Austin does not have a response. So yep, dynamic press, 80 damage to itself. Austin does have Iono, but again, we'll have to Iono both players to 3 cards. So there is a possibility that Austin doesn't find, like, you know, the sauce off of Iono to 3. As Iono is the only supporter in his hand right now. So going to use Artisan first. And we can see his deck is pretty thick, right? Does actually have Regieleki. So, yeah, Regieleki could wreak some serious havoc on this board. And I think he might have a reversal energy. No, he's reversal in deck. I don't think he's got it in hand. But, yeah, it's going to be a big Iono. Both players going to 3. Obviously, Chase has like some incredible draw support on board, so the Iono to 3 will not affect him. If Chase can launch an attack with Hex, he has a serious chance of winning this game. Ultra Ball the whole hand away. Okay, so Austin choosing not to play Iono. Instead, is going to Ultra Ball the entire hand away and go for Electivire. He's got double Dynamotor on board. And this is why Chase's decision to knock out the Zebstrika was so huge. I mean, it was very clearly the correct call, because now Austin is operating with a 0-card hand, folks. 0-card hand. And Chase is just 1 energy away from a knockout with Snorlax. But this attack, high voltage current from Electivire, is going to be devastating to Chase's board, taking the knockout on Chinchino and putting everybody else in very critical condition. Yeah, Chase, please use the white dice. Let's go. All right. Fantastic. See how much better they look? It looks great. Yeah, the colored dice, those are for rolling. Excellent. Yeah, Chase's board is looking devastating right now, but can Chase make some magic happen? A Hex Maniac with a knockout on the active would be like everything. And Chase does still have Jet Energy, I think, in deck. I mean, can't play the escape rope in his hand. Just going to use Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Okay, to guarantee the Jet Energy. I like that. And then he's also got Luxurious Cape in the deck, which is really like, I guess if you play the Luxurious Cape, you're thinking what? Does it go on to... Like, the problem right now is if Austin can launch an attack with the Regieleki, he just wins. Oh, that Snorlax needs, like... All right, so the Snorlax on your bench, Chase, how much damage is supposed to be on that thing? Didn't it eat like 80 from a Zapdos and then 50? 80 plus 50 is 130, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, that thing is like looking way too comfortable. Yeah, okay. And then Austin, did you discard a U-turn board? U-turn board, right? Offset Striker. Yeah, that's in hand. Yep. Very good. All right, so Chase going to stack his deck with Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Finds the Jet Energy. Instruct for 3. And then Industrious Incisors for 2. Finds Guzma and Versus Seeker, but he can't play any of these. These are all supporter-based options. And right now, if Austin can take a knockout with the Regieleki, if Austin can attack with Regieleki, he will win this game. Chase fails to wake up with Snorlax. Does Austin find the energy he needs to win? 2-2 prize cards. He's got Evo Soda. I swear, didn't Austin play Evo Soda already? No, that was round 1. That was Craig. Craig played Evo Soda. I'm tripping. All right, we got a Joltik. And Austin does not have win, but with the Snorlax having only 20 hit points left, Regieleki can still take this knockout, or Zapdos can easily take this knockout. He's got double Dynamotor on board, right? So you could just Dynamotor. You could Dynamotor. All right, here's what you do. You Dynamotor 1 to Zapdos, 1 to Regieleki, and then you retreat and take the knockout with Zapdos. That's the play. That is 100% to play. Then you've got 2 energy on the active Zapdos. You could double Dynamotor Regieleki next turn and win, right? So that is 100% the line here. I'm going to go ahead and say double Dynamotor. You go 1 to Zapdos, 1 to Reggie, right? See, because the Zapdos could get stuck. So this is like a little sketchy. Zapdos going to take the knockouts. Going 2 energy. I also like this line, but still, again, like, it's possible that Chase... it's possible that Austin's not able to attack next turn, right? If he doesn't top deck. So the double energy on the Thundurus is... That's why I liked the Dynamotor to... That's why I like the Dynamotor to the Zapdos, right? so that you could guaranteed retreat it next turn. It looks like with Austin having 2 energy on Thunderous and just 1 prize card left, Austin may just have this thing sealed up. Raihan on the Squovit. What are we seeing? What madness? What madness are we seeing here? I do agree. I mean, if Chase gets like a Snorlax going again and can put the luxurious cape onto it, I mean, it's. Oh, Austin has the U-turn. All right, then never mind. Then I agree with Austin's line. I forgot he's got the U-turn board, so then Austin did make the correct play. Because Austin can just retreat, right? But with Fighting Fury Belt on the Snorlax, like the Snorlax is not going to get knocked out by Thunderous next turn. So, like, it's kind of okay. Like, you know, I see. Yes, Austin's got the U-turn. I forgot about that. Ooh, Chase really wanted to attach an energy here. Not having energy to attach is terrible. You Raihan that fire energy. Pretty much has to retreat into Snorlax. And then, like, as Austin, what do you do, right? Like, pass. Does Austin have the game-winning cards? You can play Evo Soda for Joltik, right? Yep. Does play Galvantula. Hold. Which Galvantula? There are a bunch of bench-damaging Galvantulas out there. Does this one just do 50? And then it's got Arvin as well. Surely Austin has to be able to, like, cook up win here. Yes. With Field Blower and Muscle Band. Field Blower, your own Float Stone. Attach Muscle Band. U-turn board retreat. And Thunderous takes the win. A very close game. Wow. That was a really tight one. I mean, great play from both players. That was a lot of fun to watch. Just a really, really close back and forth game. I did think that Austin was favored going into this match and did end up taking the win, but Chase made it very close. I mean, it was certainly not a blowout, as we saw. I mean, there were a lot of different plays that Chase was able to make to keep this game within reach. And I really think that it was a matter of, like, if Chase gets, like, one more Hex Maniac turn. I really liked Chase's play to Guzma up and knock out the Zebstrika. I think maybe that the only thing that I think that kind of needed to happen from Chase's side was Chase needed to have Hops Cramorant in play. I think that ended up kind of being like a huge detriment for Chase's game, that he did not have the Hops Cramorant in play. If the one turn that Chase ended up using Guzma to bring up Zebstrika and knock it out, if Chase had Hops Cramorant on the bench instead and was able to take out Zebstrika with Hops Cramorant. Also, like, Hex Maniac is so easy to use with Hops Cramorant. So benching out there and putting the Snorlax into play ended up being a little bit tough for Chase to deal with, because later, like the very next turn after he benched the Hop Snorlax, he ended up drawing into the Night Stretcher and the Rescue Stretcher, and couldn't actively use those cards to put the Hops Cramorant back in play on the key turns where he really wanted to use them, right? So, yeah, close one. It was certainly a close game, and it's cool to see Austin's Lightning list evolve from week to week. We've got Thunderous in the list now, which is very cool. And Natalie told me every type is present in the room. 22 players tonight. Every single type represented here at GLC League nights. Now we've got a little bit of time until our next match. Let's see, I was looking at, let's talk about the new Fighting Gym Leader Challenge deck featuring Solrock and Lunatone. All right, so I took a picture of my list from the other day. But there are certainly some changes that I want to make to the deck. Again, yesterday against Spence was my first time ever playing the deck, so I feel like I've learned a lot from that time playing it. And I've got some new thoughts here, so I'd love to share my thoughts with y'all. Okay, so here is the deck. Fantastic. No, not like this. Boom. All right, here's the deck. As we can see, the Pokemon lineup. We got Terrakion. Terrakion, the card is sauce. Okay, the card's incredible. I'm really into the Terrakion. Terrakion, you know what? Terrakion's got like 140 HP. Just a lot of HP for a basic Pokemon to have. So, super into that. And its Retaliate attack does 130 damage. So, I'm also super into that. So, Terrakion, I was impressed by Terrakion. Feeling good about that early on. Now, this Flamigo has got to go. Flamigo, card's trash, doesn't need to be in the deck anymore. Also, Lucario, trash, doesn't need to be in the deck anymore. Now, these guys are all fantastic. They get the green check mark. All right? Okidogi, green check mark. Garganackle, green check mark. Knacklestack, love it. Knackley, love it. Lunatone, love it. Solrock, love it. Terrakion, love it. Okay? Sudowoodo can go, sure. You can put plus Sudowoodo. Plus Pseudo. Oh, I know a way to do this. All right. All right. I don't have the correct Sudowoodo downloaded. But yeah, you put a Sudowoodo in there. That's probably fine. Now, let's take a look at some of these other cards. Oh yeah, Guzma. Card's broken. Let me tell you about Guzma. That card's really good. All right. I liked all of these. I think that... Let's see. Is there anything that I really didn't like as far as the supporter goes? Alex Carpenter was arguing with me about Mallow and Lana. Here's the deal. I think that not nearly enough people are playing Mallow and Lana with a tag call engine, because the tag call engine creates card advantage. Being able to go 1 for 2 at any point in the game, like if you play Guzma, Hala, Cynthia, and Caitlyn, and Mallow and Lana in your deck, that's 3 cards at any given point in the deck that you can get with 1 card, which is tag call. So Mallow and Lana just increases the value of tag call by an incredible amount. Not only does Mallow and Lana provide a switching out for your deck, it also provides a healing out for your deck, which is huge because Okidogi has got 230 hit points and has got a retreat of 2. Your Garganackle's got like a retreat of 4. Terrakion's got a massive retreat as well. And more often than not, you'll also be able to tag call for like Guzma and Hala. And if you don't need the Malilana, you can tag call for Guzma, Hala, Malilana, and then Guzma, Hala discard the Malilana. So it just helps create card advantage, which is something that I think is really important. It's also a switch out. And switch outs are really important in fighting because the deck does not have a lot of natural, mobility, I would say. U-turn board, fantastic in this deck because it works really well with the Lunatone and the Soul Rock. So they both have a single retreat. That's great. As far as recovery goes, I felt like Night Stretcher, Rescue Stretcher. I put the Lana's Aid in the deck so that you never run out of energy because this Lunatone is very energy hungry. And I do feel like you kind of have to be aware of that, right? So, like, I'm not wanting to run out of energy. The fact that Lana's Egg can recover, like, 2 Pokemon and then also get you an energy, which then you can discard and draw more cards. Like, cards like Lana's Egg are just really good with Lunatone and Soul Rock. Now, you could go and play Clara here instead. It's like either Clara or Lana's Egg, I think, are both quite good. But anyways, we could talk about this if we've got more time between the next round because our next round is up, folks. Round number 3 of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge League Night is upon us. Let's go. And let's see who we've got on stream. Ben Morris versus Dylan Ryan. Water versus Dragon. Let's get some hype going, chatters. Let's go. Ben Morse, 2-0. Dylan Ryan, 2-0. Round number 3. 40 minutes on the clock. Ben Morse. This is the Benjamin Morse of the Morse Makes YouTube channel and website. Morse Makes hosts all of our Gym Leader Challenge League data, which is very cool. Ben records badge leaders and also records. There's overall league records for each year, which is really cool. Morsemakes.com, M-O-R-S-E makes.com. And he's got Sean Rowers and Alex Carpenter are our 2 badge winners so far this season. Alex Carpenter won with his Lightning deck. Sean Rowers won with Dragon. Very cool website there. Highly recommend it if you want to keep up with our Gym Leader Challenge League stats. We got Water versus Dragon. Should be a great matchup. 2 good players. I saw an Aqua Patch in Ben's deck, so interested to see what water list he's running tonight. And round number 3 is underway. 40 minutes on the clock. Let's see how these players do. Phoebus in the active. Means there's a Melodic here. Sobble also on the bench, and that is no mystery, as Inteleon is one of the strongest draw lines in Gym Leader Challenge format. Drizzile's got the Shady Dealings ability. When you evolve into Drizzile, you get a trainer out of your deck. And then Inteleon. That's not an Inteleon, bro. That is a freaking Terapagos. All right, so anyways, Inteleon also has the Shady Dealings ability, as Inteleon allows you to search your deck for 2 cards of the trainer variety and put them into your hand. Now I'm like going to fix my Inteleon because apparently I did not have my Inteleon coded correctly on my Stream Deck. There he is. Inteleon now coded correctly. Brilliant. Dylan. It's got a Stormy Mountains and Reshiram in the active spot. Reshiram, great opener for this Dragon deck. One of the strongest. It has got the Turbo Blaze ability, which allows you to attach fire energy from your hand to one of your Dragon Pokemon once during your turn. So it basically allows you to double up on energy attachments, which is obviously very good. And then there are multiple tool cards that can allow your Reshiram to pivot out of the active spot, like Air Balloon, Float Stone. So we see Dylan weighing what to grab off of the Stormy Mountains. And I think Regidrago is just a great grab. You can Turbo Blaze, fire energy onto the bench Regidrago, attach lightning from hand. So there we go. Turbo Blaze the fire. And then expect the lightning to get attached. Ooh, Dylan also has Culver's Tenacity, so could just play that. Yeah, absolutely. Should just play the Culver's Tenacity. Go get a relevant energy for turn. I mean, no reason to like play the research. Just use Culver's Tenacity this turn. I really don't like. I mean, no real reason to. See, I don't like this line from Dylan. I would have preferred to see Dylan use Culver's Tenacity to go get like a Rainbow Energy, right? And then next turn, Dylan had Guzma in hand, right? So like, all Dylan really had to do this turn was use Culver's Tenacity, go get a Rainbow Energy, attach it to Regidrago on the bench, and then next turn, attach Lightning from hand, use Guzma, and take out whatever Ben's strongest card is, right? Like, and I think that sometimes players lose sight of that. Like, if you've got the guaranteed turn 2 Guzma knockout in your opening hand, and your opponent has Sobble Pass, then, like, do that, right? Like, that is one of the strongest things you can do in Gym Leader Challenge format is go turn 2 Guzma knockout, right? For 160 damage with a Pokemon that's going to have 170 hit points. It's one of the strongest things you can possibly do. And I think Dylan just got a little antsy there and decided to research really for not much, right? I mean, he's got some cards in hand. It's not like the research was going anywhere. He could have still gone Guzma knockout. The odds of Ben responding to a Guzma knockout the following turn are almost 0. And then Dylan would have been able to play research on the following turn and then continue going and setting up behind a fully loaded Regidrago in the active spot. So I think a little bit of a missed opportunity there from Dylan. And we'll see how this ends up working out for him, because Dylan does not actually have the energy he needs in hand right now to attack with the Regidrago either. He's got Crispin, so he can get a double attachment down, but that's the thing is, like, he doesn't have a way to move this active Reshiram either. And the Guzma that was in his hand is a guaranteed way to move the active Reshiram. So again, I think Dylan just got a little bit too trigger happy there with the research and should have held on to it. Culver's Tenacity, I think, was very clearly the best supporter to play there on turn 1. So now we see Ben used Rare Candy to evolve into Inteleon and is able to use that Inteleon Shady Dealings ability to go get 2 trainer cards out of the deck. And we can see Ben is starting to set up the whales. So it looks like Ben is playing special whales. And it's going to use Irida to go get exactly what he wants. He can go get a water Pokemon and an item card. Looks like Ben is going to get Professor's Letter and Satotl off the Irida. Can use Professor's Letter to get some energy. So now I know I'm stun locked on this, but okay. So imagine that Dylan made the correct play last turn and decided to use Color Resist Tenacity for like Aurora energy, attach it to the Regidrago, and then pass, right? And then he's got Guzma, and then this turn he could use Guzma. Holy smokes. Okay, I did not see this coming. All right, Ben going on the offensive here is kind of nuts. Okay, but still. All right, okay. I did not. All right, in my defense, I did not expect Ben to get the turn 2 attack from that from that board state last turn, bro. Okay, all right. Dylan's research play is like fine. But I'm still defending the Color Resist Tenacity line. Because I think it gives you more. You get the Aurora energy onto the Regidrago already, right? And then Stormy Mountain still stuck. So I still think that it is correct. I still think Dylan was correct to hold. Because even from this board state, say like this is the worst case scenario if Dylan had decided to play Color's Tenacity and hold. This is like the worst case scenario. And you still have Stormy Mountains in play. So you still use Stormy Mountains, go get a backup attacker, attach the lightning energy from hand to Regidrago, and then you like Guzma up like the Whalmer and knock it out, right? And you put your big guy in the active spot. You can even use Dragon's Horde to draw a couple cards. And then you still have a backup attacker ready to go. Inteleon isn't taking a knockout on your Regidrago, so your Regidrago will get to go again for 170 one more time, and then you finally research. I don't know. That's my thought anyway. But now, I mean, so here's the thing. If Dylan had held last turn, he would be guaranteed attacking and taking a knockout right now. But instead, I don't actually think that Dylan has a knockout, like, in hand. He's got Crispin, but I don't think he has a way to pivot. He can peon. It's like, right? Like, are you going to peony? So I'm seeing some, if your opponent's turn one, I would say that Dylan's decision to use research turn one was more risky than his decision to go Color's Tenacity pass. I think that, he is getting a lot of energy in play. So this is obviously like very strong for him. And he's got like a pretty reasonable line lined up for next turn. Maybe I'm hyperfixating on this. We'll see how it buffs out for Dylan. It's not like the most. Yeah, he's got Goose. Dude, look at this Inteleon. Oh my god, dude, this is crazy. Oh my god. Intellion going for a double knockout here, dude. Holy crap. Ben just got Guzma in hand. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. Guzma, Aqua Bullet, double knockout. And all of that energy that Dylan just spent the turn putting into play is gone now, right? And again, this all boils down to those early decisions. Like if Dylan makes the decision to get the Reggie Drago fully loaded, right? Like if Dylan makes the decision last turn to get the Reggie Drago fully loaded up and attacking, then Dylan's at 5 prizes right now instead of 6. Ben still has this play where he can take a double knockout, but if he does this, then the Reggie Drago still has all 3 energy it needs on it to attack, and Ben has ignored the Reggie Drago, right? That's what I'm saying. Too bad there isn't a prism on the Reggie Drago. That's exactly what I'm saying, guys. Do you guys see what I'm saying right now? As Dylan continues to dig this hole and like doesn't have the energy he needs to attack with the Reggie Dragon. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Are you guys seeing the vision? If Dylan ends up losing this game, I firmly believe that you will be able to point it all down to that turn 1 decision. And that's what I love about Gym Leader Challenge, right? Is that you can see like the domino effect of decision trees happening all the way throughout. They ripple through an entire game, right? And now you're seeing like Dylan doesn't have this powered up Reggie Drago, and he could have guaranteed it, right? He could have guaranteed it. On turn 1 of the game, he could have guaranteed the rainbow he needed on this Reggie Drago, and now he's just floundering, right? And I think like one of the biggest things I'll see players like come away from a game like this and they'll be like, dang, bro, I got so unlucky. I couldn't find that rainbow energy. Okay, well, there you go. I guess just simply bicycle into it, right? Sure, here we go. Dylan finds the prism energy, and this game is saved. All right, maybe I can finally stop shutting up about the... Maybe I can finally start shutting up about the Culver's tenacity. And now, with a bunch of draw, Dylan is able to use Bicycle off a Peony to draw 3, and then Ultra Ball to Dragon's Horde, draw some more, finds the energy he needs, and now Dylan is finally stabilized with the Prism energy on the Reggie Drago. And Ben is on the back foot. But what does Ben have to respond? He's got Evolution Incense. Could go get Melodic. Allow Ben to reuse a card from his discard pile. Ooh, the single grass energy was prized for Dylan as well. That certainly did complicate things for Dylan finding the grass energy for his Reggie Drago. And now he's got the single grass. So he wasn't able to power up the Reggie Drago off of Crispin. It looks like Ben is going to Evolution Incense for Melodic. Use Melodic's Sparkling Ripples attack to go get a card from the discard pile. I think he's targeting Irida. Yes, so Sparkling Ripples, very cool ability. Allows you to go search allows you to grab a card from your discard pile, put it into your hand. And he's going to grab the Titan. Well, let's see what he grabs on the item side. If it's like Satitan Aqua Patch, but he might not have the special energy he needs to actually attack with a Satitan right now, right? Ooh, what's this Quag doing here? That's not who I want. Yeah, Satitan has the special Horn attack. Does 80 damage plus 140 more if you have any special energy attached. But he does desperately needs special energy. If Ben can get this Titan going, it's going to be very difficult for Dylan to answer. It's got 180 hit points right now. Reggie Drago's doing 170. Now, Ben does have the benefit of time because he did take a quick 2 knockouts with Intellion. I think he just probably sacked the... Well, I guess you could sack the whale. The Melodic's got a floatstone on it, so I guess you might as well save it. And then Ben does have Marnie in hand for next turn, so... Ooh, rope there. It's still good. Rope is good. You could push something else up. But honestly, Dylan doesn't need to play the rope. He doesn't have anything really worth pivoting into, I don't think. Yeah. And Dylan just going to swing, tie this game up, 4-4 prizes. We've got ourselves a ball game, folks. Let's go. 4-4. Field Blower doesn't really do a whole lot. So Ben isn't going to play it. And just going to use Marnie. Now, Ben needs to find a special energy off this 5 in order to take the knockout with Titan. I would say he's really in a tough spot if he doesn't find one. And I don't think he does, folks. I don't think he does. That is really not an easy pill to swallow. But he does find Articuno, so he could retreat into Articuno and try to buy yet another turn with the Cold Cyclone or with the Blizzard availability. So here has the Devolution Spray to devolve his Melodic, and then can retreat into Articuno, buy himself another turn. If Dylan keeps his foot on the gas, we'll just take a knockout on the Articuno. Articuno's Blizzard availability does make it so that as long as this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, whenever your opponent plays a supporter card from their hand, you prevent all effects of that card done to your bench water Pokemon. So basically, it makes it so that Dylan cannot use Boss's Orders or Guzma. And Dylan's going to use Guzma Hala. Discard 2 cards from his hands. Going to go get Parallel City, Double Dragon Energy, and Wishful Baton. Now, Ben is having a little bit of a tough time getting moving. He doesn't have a support Pokemon. This is one of the reasons why I mean, I understand the benefit of playing a card like Swampert. And I think that having Swampert in play is like the dream. Obviously, if you have the power draw ability online, it is just so good. But we see the downside of playing a card like Swampert. Like right now, that Mudkip is just a Mudkip, and Ben has already used his Rare Candy. So Ben does not have the advantage of draw power right now at all.
But if this was an Octillery in that space, then Ben could just be one card away from using Abyssal Hand, filling his hand to 5. So it's tough, right? It's tough. And I know that a lot of the Special Whales lists have been moving towards Swampert lately, but it is, by nature, just less consistent. Because the Swampert is just so much harder to get into play than Octillery. So we are seeing that. Oh, and Dylan makes a huge misplay. He goes for the retreat and tries to knock out Feebas with Raging Bolt. This is a terrible misplay from Dylan. He did not read the card, folks. I can't believe it. Did not read the card. Feebas has bench protection. Absolutely insane. I cannot think of a worse play. This is horrible. No, Dylan, no. Just absolutely horrible. Sacking all those energy off of the Regidrago. A retreat cost of 3. The greed is so bad. I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. And now Dylan has completely eviscerated his own board position, his own doing, by retreating 3 energy off of his Regidrago. Now he's got a board with just all he's got is the Raging Bolt. All right, so Ben uses the Sparkling Ripples actually to get Swampert into play. And that actually gives Dylan a turn back, but it doesn't give Dylan his energy back. And that's really the big loss. Absolutely crazy. I can't believe Phoebus's ability like never turns up. Like, it's the optimal Phoebus for a reason, right? The submerge ability. It's crazy. I can't believe it. As long as this Pokemon's on your bench, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks. It's crazy, dude. I can't believe it. The Phoebus submerge ability paid off. Ain't no way we're going, oh my god. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. That's 180 damage. I mean, I guess. And the Swampert's gone. Oh, my goodness. Now, Ben is in a really bad spot if he can't move this Articuno. Ooh, but teammates? Let's see what Ben's got. He's got teammates. He can go get whatever 2 cards he wants out of the deck. And we see Ben eyeing up a Field Blower. But he needs a special energy. He needs a way to move this Articuno too. Articuno's got a retreat cost of 2. This is a large Raging Bolt. This Raging Bolt is so big. Honestly, oh, man. Oh, there's just so much happening right now. I can't believe this Raging Bolt is just so... This Raging Bolt, all of Dylan's eggs are in one Raging Bolt-sized basket right now. I mean, literally, they're all here. Switch Raft, move... This is a Titan into the active spot. Splash energy. Unfortunately, Ben does not have the special energy in hand, so was not able to grab the Field Blower. So Dylan will get to move 3 of those energy back thanks to the Wishful Baton. All 3 of them are going to the Drampa, and Drampa's got the Dragon Arcana attack, which can do 140. This is still a tied game. But 140 is just basically tickling this Titan. The Titan is just such a beast right now. 180 hit points with the pot helmet attached. That's an effective 210 hit points. Dylan's deck, I do not think... I'm not going to say there is no way, because there is... Well, actually, Dylan, I think, had to research away the... I think Dylan researched away the Dragonium, right? So Dragonium, not an option. So no, Dylan's deck does not have a way to one-hit KO this Titan at all. Dylan does have Floatstone in hand, so he can pivot this Tatsugiri out of the active spot. Tatsugiri, using that Attract Customer's ability, finds the Clara, which is great, as Dylan will get to recover a couple of Pokemon and some energy. And both Raging Bolt and Druddigon making their way to the bench. You can go Water Energy to Druddigon. And it looks like Drampa just has to come up and swing, I think. And Dragon Arcana is going to do 110 after the damage reduction from pot helmets. And now the ball is back over to Titan, who will get to take a knockout on this Drampa, but Ben desperately needs a backup attacker. If he had a card like Mallow and Lana in his hand right now, I mean, that would be a game changer. All he has is Iono. Yeah, Mallow and Lana would be huge, and you could just heal off this entire attack and take the knockout, but does not have it. Doesn't have a backup attacker either, so Brooklet Hill and Ordinary Rod are huge cards for Ben, as he can put basically a basic Pokemon straight back onto the bench right now. But Ben has already used Rare Candy twice now because of Melodic, so I mean, getting like Inteleon out quickly to be an attacker is not really an option. I think the problem is if Dylan finds a Fire Energy to take the return KO on this Titan, it's going to get very problematic for Ben. This Titan will take Ben down to 2. Which is technically the prize lead. Here's Sobble off the Brooklet Hill. They just Ordinary Rotted back into the deck. And Special Horn for 220 damage, takes the knockouts. And here comes Tatsugiri with the Floatstone. Can Dylan find the energy that he needs in order to take this knockouts? First of all, we got Max Elixir. There's the Fire Energy right there. And Druddigon can revenge for the KO. And this is going to put Ben in a very poor spot to try and close this game out, since Ben does not have any board stability. And Dylan's perseverance in this game may end up getting him there, folks. I mean, it really is. He's got this Druddigon now. Is kind of all he needs. Druddigon can revenge for KO here, then eventually Dragon Claw as well. And with Mela as a supporter for turn, Dylan will get to accelerate another energy into play. So this is absolutely huge. So Dylan gets to toss another energy online. It looks like he's going to use gear. The top 7 cards of the deck. Finds Hex Maniac. It could be a... I think I like Mela better this turn to get an extra energy into play. But you could Hex. I mean, Hex is like... But there's no... I mean, like, Hex is fine here. But ultimately, I don't really think that Ben is going to do anything. Regardless. But now I do think Hex Maniac certainly ensures that Ben is absolutely not doing anything. And Druddigan will take the knockout with revenge. And Ben is in a load of trouble, folks. However, there is always a route because a Wailord, Reversal Energy is still live, I suppose, right? A Wailord, Special Waves, Reversal Energy could be an option. More I look at it, though, things are looking really tough for the Special Waves deck. Ben does have a Water Energy in hand. Dylan's got a Boss, though. So maybe Dylan... Ooh, Ben does have Versus Seeker, so it could be like a Raihan. If Raihan was in the discard pile, that would be like the card to play, I think. Teammates, though, is about as good as it gets. With all the abilities turned off. So now Ben can go grab whatever 2 cards he wants out of his deck. I do see a special energy in there, like a counter or reversal or something. Yeah, counter energy. I think the reversal went on the Intellion early, but counter energy is still live. Ben makes his second card choice. We'll shuffle up off the teammates. This game is as close as they get, folks. 2-2 prizes. Dylan with the upper hand right now, having an attacker in the active spots, but game is certainly not out of reach for Ben. But the question is, do you go... I don't even know what I love as Ben's line right now. I actually think I probably like retreat into Articuno and then cold... Oh, you can't cold cycle to counter energy because you're tied. So yeah, no. Yeah, I like retreat into Articuno and pass. Or Ben could just pass with the melodic active too, right? But that's like... Yeah. I understand. I understand why you leave the melodic active. Because the Articuno probably gets stranded, right? So now Dylan, thankfully for Ben, did not top deck energy. If Dylan top decked an energy, then he pretty much just wins the game right here because he could have gone Dragon Claw, Boss, Knockout, right? Oh, Dylan does have the energy. Oh, well, Ben's cooked. Yeah, Ben loses. I didn't see that energy in his hand. This game is over. Game is absolutely over. Oh, but he can't boss because of the Articuno. Never mind. It's not over. I thought Ben left the melodic active. All right, never mind. I thought Ben left the melodic. Ben must have, like, last chance decided to retreat into the Articuno. Yeah, Ben could be hoping for a tie here. There is 3 minutes left, but Dylan's not playing fast either, right? So, like, if Dylan kind of smells that this could get into tie territory, he needs to kind of pick up the pace himself. And he's not really, he is also very, but I don't think that with the game being at 2-2 prizes, I don't really think there's a super realistic chance that it's a tie because there's still +3 turns. So I think they're fine. Arvin's going to get Turbo Patch and Air Balloon. I don't really think that he has to put this Air Balloon down yet. I think he can kind of just like why not wait, right? Turbo Patch. What do we get? Tails. And like, do you go Fire Energy and you take the knockout? Like, this is crazy, right? Because Ben could just win here. Dylan goes to 1 prize left. And Ben has Water Energy. And Dylan does this knowing that Ben has Water Energy Titan in hand. Like, Ben knows this. Well, I guess he doesn't know he has the Water Energy, but he knows he has Titan because he got the whole line back with Splash Energy. So Dylan, in order to stay in this game, is going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat this next turn. With a 0 energy board. Zero energy board. As the Titan will be able to special horn and bring this game down to 1-1 prizes. Oh, folks, this is as close as games get. But Ben does need to make a decision, because if this game goes to time on Ben's turn, then he'll be turn 0, Dylan will be turn 1, Ben will have one more turn to finish the game. And I think he really needs to, ideally you want Dylan to be turn 0. So you get 2 more turns, right? I understand the importance of, being careful, but, you also do run the risk of not being able to win. Field blower, the tools, and then N to 1, about as good as it gets. But Ben does need to find an additional Water Energy to win the game on the following turn. So Ben doesn't have this locked up, but God, this game is close. All right, Ben ending himself to 2, Dylan to 1. And it is really very close. It's going to be a matter of, does Dylan draw his card for turn before time is called? And I think he has. So I think Dylan will be turn 0. My timer is not the official tournament timer, folks. So, it's up to the judges, really. My timer is just, that's just my timer. I start when I see them start. So Dylan's got Trainer's Mail. Find Special Charge and Mysterious Treasure. They have not put the turn die out, but it absolutely time should have been called by now. Yeah, Dylan has to take special charge. And then how does Dylan win, right? I don't think that there's any play Dylan can make to win the game this turn. But we'll see. Here's Tatsugiri. Is there a supporter even left in the deck? There's a boss. And a boss and a special charge is not going to do it. Dylan cannot actually even move this. Oh, boss the whale. So Dylan could actually just, like, get the tie, is what he could get. If Ben cannot move this whale, Dylan has to pass. What does Ben have? Are you guys in turns? Is there a turn die? Do we know who turn 1? Is the die there? Turn 0, turn 1? They are not helping me out here, bro. Thank you. All right, so Ben was turn 0. Okay. So my timer was pretty accurate. I think that this is going to end up being a tie. But what a wild ride, folks. I mean, this game, now I'm curious. I think if the game goes infinite, that Ben wins, right? Ben has Gladian for turn, right? But it's just a tie. Oh, my goodness. If Dylan didn't find that boss's orders, he would have lost, as Ben could have used Gladian to go get the water energy to win. But Dylan was able to find that boss's orders and draw the game out to a tie. And that is our second tie of the night so far. Second tie of the night. What a close game. Good game, good game. Close match for sure. I do think if that game goes on, that Ben eventually wins. I think that Dylan was kind of cooked and out of resources. He did have special charge, though, so there is that, right? Could have put double dragon energy back into the deck. Well, that is round number 3, so we're going to be moving on to round 4. We've still got 2 more rounds here tonight, folks. 2 more rounds. The Wailord did get stuck, so really that's on Ben. Well, I guess not. Anything could have gotten stuck, right, on Ben's board. He didn't have the technology to retreat anything. So, like, you could have said that maybe Ben shouldn't have put the Whalmer down. The Whalmer could have got stuck all the same. I think the Melodic had a float stone on it. So, yeah, I guess if Ben just had benched nothing else. So that might have been Ben's misplay. Like, Ben should have had nothing else in play. But then you open up the rope play, too. Because I think Dylan still had rope in deck. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough, right? It's tough. I'm not sure that there was anything that Ben could have really done. That was a crazy game, though. I mean, you guys remember how big that Raging Bolt got? That thing was huge. Raging Bolt, like, literally sniped a... The Raging Bolt literally sniped a freaking Swampert for 180 damage that game. Like, Raging Bolt sniped a Swampert for 180 damage. It's insane. That is insane. That was a crazy game of Gym Leader Challenge, folks. Absolutely nuts.
I know. I always say that if players played faster, they could finish all their games in 30 minutes. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think that 40-minute timers for the rounds like is kind of like the optimal round length for Gym Leader Challenge, because you have to be kind of sweaty and like very you have to really know the card pool and really know your decks and really know your matchups in order to finish games in 30 minutes. And even then you're going to be cutting it close a lot of the time, I think. I do think 40 minutes is perfect, but I do think that 40 minutes also does a little bit of enabling. I feel like 40-minute timers enables players to kind of like play at a slower pace generally. So, I don't know. I think 40 minutes is perfect because it makes the format more welcoming to newer players. So, that's the reason I keep coming back to 40 minutes. I'm like, 40 minutes is perfect because it makes the format more digestible for newer players. Whereas if you had a 30-minute round timer, you already got like, a grassroots fan-made format. And then if you have a 30-minute timer on top of that, you're just going to make it so that the format is less accessible for newer players, because they're not going to be able to, they're going to be reading a lot of cards and trying to figure things out as they go. But then even you've got like experienced players like these guys, Dylan and Ben, just like going to time, because it's a long, drawn-out thinker of a game. And you don't want to necessarily, like... The long, drawn-out thinker games are, like, the games you want to encourage in Gym Leader Challenge format, too. So I think 40 minutes is probably perfect for the timer. It also makes it so that, like... one of the things I really like about the format is it feels like I don't really think that you need to play best of 3 for, like, a... for our big cash events for Gym Leader Challenge, like, we don't play best of 3, obviously. And I think, like, a single game usually feels like a good outcome for a set. We do best of 3 top cut because it's top cut, right? And, like, those players can be allotted more time, like 75 minutes around in top cut. Like, that's fine. But for Swiss rounds, like, best of 3 is just completely unnecessary. Next round is underway, folks. Let's go. We've got Alex Carpenter on the left and Anthony Saya on the right. Let's go. Both of these players are 2-1 this evening. Psychic versus Colorless. And Tony's got a chance to win it right now if he can donk this Duskull. We'll see if he's got the technology to do it. If he had like Jet Energy Stadium in hand, then he would have it. Both these players are 2-1. Apparently, the only 3-0 is John Patterson right now, and he's playing Psychic. That's crazy. At round 4, there's only one 3-0 right now. That's has a lot to do with the tie rate. All right. Ultra Ball. I would expect this to go find Fan Rotom if it's in deck, right? But maybe Fan Rotom. Oh, Fan Rotom is there, but Anthony's just going to go for Snorlax instead. Might have a double Turbo Energy. Oh, TM Turbo Energize. Certainly makes a lot of sense. I think Anthony did have the Jet Energy in hand. So, like, if there was just a way to get a Stadium. It's going to play Arven, fighting Fury Belt. Yep. Okay, this makes sense.
So now we've got Fan Rotom, Fan Call. And Tony's got a fully loaded board now with a very powerful turn 1 so far. Arvin for Buddy Buddy Poffin. Buddy Buddy Poffin gets Fan Rotom, Fan Call. Go gets 3 colorless Pokemon on the deck with 100 hit points or less. Tony was only 1 card away from a turn 1 win. Fan Rotom's Assault Landing attack does 70, but you do need a Stadium in order to activate that. Figured that out the hard way. I do think that this is a huge missed opportunity for Anthony, though. Anthony goes Jet Energy onto Cramorant and does TM Turbo Energize, but I think that the Jet Energy absolutely should have gone on to the Fan Rotom, and why not TM Turbo Energize with the Fan Rotom in the active instead? So huge missed opportunity there from Tony. And I think that Alex is just going to be losing this game, as he doesn't really seem to be playing much of anything from his hand. Second energy onto Duskull, certainly not what you want to see. Oh, Dusknoir. Do we have a Dusknoir coming into play? Is it rare candy in hand? Like rare candy Dusknoir? Now, Dusknoir actually can attack. Shadow Bind is pretty good. 150 damage for 3. Thank you so much, Mr. Mountain Dew, for the sub over on Twitch and the 51 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Just has to pass. All Anthony needs is a single energy card and he wins, and he should be able to do that with Cypher Maniac. All he needs to do is evolve. Wait, huh? All right, it's GG's. Game over. All right, cool. There you go. Round number 4. Not much of a game, unfortunately, but that's okay, folks. We've got a lot to talk about, okay? Let's build the perfect fighting deck. We've got plenty of time between rounds right now. I should not be drinking more caffeine. No, at 9:30. No, but it's so tasty. God, you guys ever had any of these ghost beverages? We get them from Costco. They're $1.40 a can at Costco. Man, you really cannot beat that. $1.40 a can. It's as good as it gets. All right, let's pull up the Limitless deck builder and make a broken deck. Yeah, I'm putting this thing in the fridge. I really should not drink anymore. Now, spiked Arnold Palmer, on the other hand, well, don't mind if I do. No more caffeine. Well, let's pull up the Limitless deck builder, and let's make ourselves a beautiful deck, folks. We're gonna solve fighting in Gym Leader Challenge format right now together as a group. Okay. Boom. Let's go. Okay. The most broken fighting deck. That doesn't really fit. We're going to call it broken fighting. Okay. Lunatone. Hey, there we go. Add him to the deck. +1. Great. Soul Rock. Search. In. Okie dokie. In. Garganackle. I was getting to play this deck a little bit yesterday with Spence. It definitely impressed me. The new fighting deck with Lunatone and Soul Rock. You've got the Garganackle with the energizing Rock Salt ability. It's just like incredible. Allows you to power up Okie Dokie in just a single turn. The stack. Play the stack. And Knackley. Corner is good. That's the one you want. Boom. All right. And for now, oh, and Terrakion. Yeah. What do I think of the Energy Match Metacham? I've read all of the Metachams before. 120 more damage. They have to have the same amount of energy, though, right? I feel like that's like a little... to me, it seems too situational. That would be my summation of it. All right, unit energy. Yes, sir. Prism energy. Yes, sir. Aurora energy. Yes, sir. And we might put more Pokemon in here. We're just getting things started, okay? And then I had Luminous before. It might be better off as Rainbow. I'm not sure. And then Strong. Would I ever run the Ting Lu that could do 220 for Big Whale? Ting Lu? That's not terrible. It's not a bad option. Not a bad option. All right, we'll put that in the... I'll put that in the maybe pile. And then you want some basic fighting energies in here too. I was playing 6 yesterday, but I did feel like I kind of always had them. So 5 or 6. I think 5. I think I can get away with 5. After playing it, I think you can get away with 5. 5 is probably like... All right, you got the new Lily. The new Lily card is so crazy, dude. This card is absolutely nuts. Research... Marnie. Iono. Yeah, so I think in a fighting deck, you don't need to play Iono and N. You could, but I think I actually want Reset Stamp in this deck. That's what I've been thinking. I don't think you need to play Iono and N, but I think you should play Reset Stamp. Because you play Karina and you play Arven. So Reset Stamp is the card that I've decided this deck needs to play. You also, at the end of the game, can draw into big hands. You need another... You could play 6. I was playing 6. 6, you had more than enough. Trust. Xeno, trust. I know, you're not trusting right now. I played... 6 is a ton. No, 6 is way more than you need. Trust me. Because we play Training Court. We play Lana's Aid. You're not trusting, Xeno. Trust. I'm telling you, the deck gets min-maxed real fast. I'm telling you, dude. As a general rule of thumb, whatever you think is the correct energy count, it's probably one less. I mean, like,
honestly. Yeah. But then we also got Night Stretcher. I play Letter. Brooklet. Let's see. Well, let's do the supports first. All right, Arvin. It could be 5. I'm telling you, 5. It like could be 5. It could be 5, and there's definitely times where I felt like a stone fighting energy would have been good. Cynthia and Caitlin. Parallel's so crazy. Brooklet. I'm telling, I had 6 and I felt like I never ran out. 7 is way too many. 5 can never be, well, now you're just being closed-minded, Zeno. 5 can never be right? I mean, you've never even tried 5. I'm willing to say 4 is probably not correct, but 5 could be correct. Now you're just being closed-minded. All right, Battle VIP Pass. And you have the gong, dude. The gong, the gong, gong, gong. Tag call. No, it's definitely not the same as Fire and Salazzle. Absolutely not. No, that's a different beast entirely. You also got to keep in mind that, like, Garganackle is just accelerating the energy straight from the discard pile. No more Magma Ball? No. No more Magma Ball, no more Bell Guy. You just don't need it. You've got the gong now. It's all about the gong lifestyle. You got Flowstone, Field Ball. Oh, Heavy Ball. Oh, I play Mallow and Lana in here. Absolutely, I do. Now, Alex Carpenter and I were arguing about that, but I think Mallow and Lana's insane. I think this card's crazy. With the tag call engine, I think this card's absolutely crazy. Especially in this deck, where, like, he's got a retreat cost of 3. He's got a retreat cost of 2. He's got a retreat cost of 4. Yeah, we definitely play. We play. Listen, I'm getting there. I'm copying my list over, all right? Guzman, Hala. Yeah, we play them all. Yeah, of course we do. Guzman, Hala. It's getting there. It's getting there. Not 2, though. 1. All right. And then I think I like Lucamine. Having Recovery is really good. Colress's Tenacity. You just don't need that much energy, Zeno. All your attacker, like, you just don't need that much energy. You have, like, 2 energy attack. 2 energy attack. 1 energy attack. You just don't need that much. Like, Fire, all your attackers are so expensive. This deck, your attackers are not that expensive. You just don't need that much energy. You just don't. I'm telling you, you just don't. You already got, what, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? That's so many, dude. I'm telling you, it could be 5. It could be. Raihan. Not to mention, we're already playing all these ways to search them out. Gong, Letter, Training Court to get them back. Right? It gets to a point you can Lucamine for Training Court back too. You've got Lana's Aid to get them back. I'm telling you, it could be 5. 6 is absolutely as many. Like, there absolutely no more than 6, but it could be 5. I'm telling you, it's like between there. Because you've got all these specials too. So really, you're like attaching specials for turn, and then you're recycling your fighting, back and forth from the discard pile. You've got training court. You can Lucamine for training court. What about teammates? Here's the crazy thing. You just don't really need to play teammates. I'm not super teammates pilled in this deck. You're not like a crazy combo deck, right? Like, you don't need to put stuff like Raihan is good. But I don't think you want to play more like proactive cards and less reactive cards, because you are a aggressive fighting deck, right? You are trying to be proactive. You don't want to wait for your opponent to knock out your 230 hit point Ogie Dogie that you lead with in order to activate the stupid teammates in your hand. You want to have cards that are allowing you to advance the board state. Does that make sense? So there's a lot of decks that are fine just kind of setting up and waiting behind a teammates. But this is not really one of them. You got U-turn. U-turn board is crazy with your rocks have a single retreat cost, so U-turn board is just like it's sick. Yeah, the U-turn board is just like a guaranteed include. You got to play the float goat, dude. We play Candy. Absolutely, we play Candy. Yes, we're just getting there. We play Candy for sure. Ooh, got to put that one in. Yeah. Candy. Got to play Candy. Because you've got Karina and Arvin to go get your Candy. You got to play Gear. I play Gear and I play Trainer's Mail. Wait. Gear. Mail. Boom. We play Rescue Stretcher and Night Stretcher. You want lots of options to get the Ogie Dogie back. What about my balls? I need Quick Ball. We need the Gatorade. Premium Power Pro. Yep, that's in there for sure. All right, so what? We got the Lily. We got Guzma. We got Culver's Tenacity. We've got Karina. We've got Raihan and Cynthia and Caitlin. Yeah, we got the tag supporters. Boss, Marnie, Lucamine, Iono. Research, Arvin, Mallow and Lana, Lana Zaid, and Lily. Got him. Cool. We got Brooklet Parallel and the Stadia. Yeah, we got all of those. Good. We got Ultra Ball. Yes, we do. Heavy Ball, Battle VIP, Nest Ball, Hisuian Heavy Ball. Yes. Lux Cape. I think I want to... Oh, I play Escape Rope. I think I want to play Fighting Fury Belt. Yeah. Give your Ogie Dogie, why not give him 270 hit points? I play Muscle Band. Yeah, you got to play all the buffs. And then what are we at? 56 cards? All right. Now, we play Field Blower and Versus Seeker. Yeah.
But now, you see, when I played on the Conquest yesterday, I played Lucario and Flamigo. I never once even thought about putting Flamigo into play. And honestly, Lucario felt super duper mid. But I want one more Pokemon in the deck. But we got to figure out who it's going to be. I do want another, because right now we only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 7's not a lot. We need a way to blow up the whale. That's for sure. I liked Bonsley. Oh, yeah. Bonsley, dude. I'm telling this card, I think this card is better than people give it credit for. Bonsley is kind of sick, dude. Sudowoodo probably just belongs in there. I'll admit that. All right, we should probably just put Sudowoodo in. Yeah. Sure. Sudowoodo can go. No, there's a couple cards that we could do to blow up a whale. We got Groudon. Now, Groudon takes a lot of energy. Discard up to 4 energy from your Pokemon. This attack does 60 for each card you discard this way. So Groudon could do it. And then there's also this Ting-Lu. Yo, what about the Lewis, though? All right, so you have to have... Bro, I'm kind of Ting-Lu pilled. Ting-Lu seems crazy. Look at this guy. All right, we need an answer to, like, something that can do, like, you know, infinite damage. Ting-Lu, Arrogant Impact, 220. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. If it has 4 more damage counters on it, attack does nothing, but you can Mallow and Lana it. And Groudon, yeah, Groudon can work for sure. I'm not putting a stage 2 in my freaking deck. Not another one. Isn't this card expensive? Dang, bro. Who decided that this Groudon was going to be a freaking $100? You get to play the $100 Groudon in your deck, though. If it's Groudon. I discard up to 4 energy from your Pokemon. I'm having a hard time deciding what's better, Ting-Lu or Groudon. It's one of, not this one. It's one of these two. They both have like a very similar first attack. Ting-Lu, like a 3 energy seems much more obtainable, right? Also, something that the Groudon can't do. All right, so Ting-Lu, say... Yeah, something that the Groudon cannot do. Groudon cannot, like, attack back-to-back turns. But the Ting-Lu could, like, steamroll a game, right? Like, if your opponent can't answer the Ting-Lu... You do need Muscle Band or Strong Energy to take the knockout on a whale still. Right? Where Groudon just hits 240 perfectly. Noivern Knockout says they have a bad suggestion. All right, go ahead. Alex. Which set is Stellar Crown? This one? Wait. No, this card's terrible. I'm sorry. No. See? No. All right, Tinglu. All right, what if it is Tinglu? I know, that was a really bad suggestion. I was expecting it to not be as bad, but it was worse than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, like if your opponent doesn't answer the Tinglu, you could also like soak a hit with Ting. Like if you do soak a hit with Tinglu, we do play Mallow and Lana, right? So you could heal the Tinglu. But yeah, it's got to be somebody like this. Premium Powder. Premium Power Pro also gets Tinglu up over the 250 mark. You need to clear what? 230 to knock out the other Wailord? Yeah, because you have to hit 240 for this one, you have to hit 230 for this one. So like Fighting Fury Belt gets you to 230 for this one. Dang, dude. Sudowoodo's the only yellow border card in here. That's crazy. But you have to find... Yeah, you got Tag Call. You got Tag Call. You got Trainer's Mail. You've got a literal draw engine with these guys. Yeah. That's cool. Fighting Fury Bout. Oh, yeah, dude. You want lots of recovery options in the deck, so like Rescue Stretcher, Night Stretcher, and Lana's Aid. And because sometimes like if they just like knock out one of your moons, then you want to be able to bring the other one back. Sudowoodo can answer Special Waves, Wailord. That's facts. Yep. Yeah, dude, definitely shout out to whoever suggested Tinglu. That was a good suggestion. I think Tinglu and Groudon, I would say, are I honestly am having a really hard time deciding like which one I like more. I almost like I can't say just like off the top of my head, I can't say like one seems like objectively much better than the other. They seem like a very similar kind of good, I would say. In this particular build, right? Did I ever have more than 4 on board at once? But the thing is like, okay, well, I wasn't trying to have more than 4 on board. Tinglu's attack is slightly better, the first attack, I guess, right? So, like, if you happen to open it, like, you could actually use Sandbringer. But you could use Groudon's attack, too. I mean, like, right? Do you want to potentially be discarding some of your special energy for Groudon? No, I don't, right? So I think it's got to be Tinglu. Yeah. And with Raihan, it's possible to get a one-turn Tinglu, right? You go Tinglu, Raihan. Yeah. I agree. I think Tinglu is best. Now that I'm kind of like that. You Raihan. You're not getting basics into the discard turn 1 with 5 basics. Yeah, but what if you did? All right. I'm telling you, sometimes you just open like Battle VIP Pass letter and you're chilling. Five is playing 10 10 energy, you do not need to play more than 10 energy in this deck. For sure. That's so much space dedicated to energy in this deck. It's just so much. Like, fighting Pokemon don't require that much energy. Like, they don't. Not at all. Everybody here is a low-maintenance attacker. Your one high-maintenance attacker is Ting-Lu. Yeah, this is the list right here. Oh, yeah, baby. Now we got to post it to the Discord. Scorched Earth. You already have so much draw with that. With that dude, man. It could still be 6 basic fighting. Like I said, it's 5 or 6 basic fighting. And I'll put that in the... It's one of the two. I felt like I kind of had one more than I needed playing 6. But it could still be 6. Shout out to the Tricky Gym Discord. If you haven't already, definitely make sure to join the Tricky Gym Discord. That's diabolical, typing 6 and... Yeah. Bam. Dang, son. It's a nice looking deck we've got there. With trainer's mail, gear. You just got you got a lot of outs to opening like good stuff, you know? You got a lot of outs to opening the Battle VIP pass. Got a lot of outs to having a solid... I mean, Karina, too. Karina, Arvin, Guzmahala, Culver's Tenacity. Ting-Lu, also a hit for Heavy Ball. Money. There you go. Ting-Lu and Teraki. Dude, look how beastly this deck looks. Let's talk about all the crazy beast mode fellas we've got in this deck. Terrakion, total beast. Ting-Lu, total beast. Okidogi, total beast. Garganacl, total beast. Dude, the deck is crazy beast coded. Sudowoodo is a tree made of rock. Lusamine, I'm just like really partial to Lusamine. To me, I really like playing cards like Lusamine and Cynthia and Caitlyn in decks. Especially decks like this where like you could draw through your whole deck. It allows you to like reuse resources. Like Cynthia and Caitlyn Lusamine, you could Mallow and Lana like 3 times in a game. I mean, it's crazy, right? Like 4 times. You could Mallow and Lana like 4 times in a game. It's actually, with Cynthia and Caitlyn and Lusamine, you're never going to run out of resources. Like ever, right? It's like impossible. Yeah, Lucamine's crazy. I think like anytime, yeah, the Lucario sucked. That thing had to go. You've got Terrakion now. You just don't need the Lucario with Terrakion. There's no point. I always felt like when am I going to put this idiot in the active spot? I never wanted to do it. Let's run a test hand. Ooh, let's go. Money. All right. Draw. Sheesh. Okay, what do we want to do turn 1? We go in second. Yeah, let's quick ball. I don't need this field blower in my test game, that's for sure. Get me the rock. There goes the rock. There goes the strong energy. Lucamine. Shuffle all into deck. And then shuffle. Draw 8. Bam. Dang, son. That's crazy. No. Muscle band. Nuts. Nest ball. Did I prize my stack? No, I got the Garganackle in here. I got the Garg. Blam. Turn 1, 110 damage. Turn 1, 110, bruh. There you go. New game. All right, this one doesn't look as powerful. Here we go. Wait. Can I just type 1? Will it draw 1? Oh, yeah, it will. All right, this one's a dud. New game. Ting Lu. Oh, God, not the Ting Lu. Draw 1. Okay. Hisuian Heavy Ball. Get me the rock. Nest Ball. Get me my other rock. Use Lunatone. Draw 3. Wait. You need to go there. All right. Culver's Tenacity. We need Brooklet. And we need an energy. Sure. Brooklet Hill. Go get Okie Dokie. Energy here. Use his attack. All right, Zeno. I want an apology from you, Zeno. I want an apology. All right. How do I take a card out of my discard? All right, there we go. Yeah. Boom. Turn 1. Money. All right. Bam. Turn 2. Draw. Arvin. Phew. Turn 2 Dogie right there. Thanks, Ting Lu. Arvin. Floatstone. Nest Ball. Or Quick Ball or whatever the heck. Quick Ball away that Marnie. Don't need that. Get me the Knackley. Floater. Floater. Man. Floater. Floater. Retreat. Money. I didn't even use my ability yet. Okay. New game. Oh, yeah, dude. Draw. I'm cooking. I'm freaking cooking, guys. Look at this. All right. Get me the bear. The Bears. Prism Energy. Ultra Ball. Get rid of these. Get me you. Lily. Shuffle into deck. Give me 8. All right, that seems fine. Pass. Draw. Colress's Tenacity. So what we do here, first we're going to tag call. And guess what? We're just going to go get Mallow and Lana. Dude, not playing Mallow and Lana is such no way, bro. And Guzma and Hala. And then you just play Guzma and Hala. No. Who was in the active? Nackley. All right. Play Guzma and Hala. And then we're going to discard 2 cards. Boom. Boom. Don't need any of those. All those down. And we're going to go get Brooklet. No. Go get Brooklet. Anyways, Brooklet, Floatstone. Floatstone's prized? All right. Then it was actually going to be Mallow and Lana. And then we were going to go up with the Ogie, attach energy. Bang. Cook, dude. Cook. Anyways, next round's up. Broken deck. Fighting is crazy now. Saying. It's broken now, guys. So good. The fact that you could just go like turn 2 Ogie Dogie like all the time is crazy. All the time. There's so many outs to a turn 2 Ogie Dogie. Ogie Dogie is a dog? I'm sorry. I don't know any dogs that walk on their hind legs, guys. Do you guys know any dogs that walk on their hind? I think Ogie Dogie is a bear. Final round, folks. Final round. Lycanroc is on 2 legs. All right, and Craig is 301. Dang, guys, this is sick. Round number 5. The winner should win the whole thing. Is Meowscarada not a cat? I'm not saying that the argument holds up, but no, Meowscarada is not a cat. $22 players here tonight, and it all comes down. 22 players here tonight, and it all comes down to these final 2. Craig Davenport on the left versus John Patterson on the right. Craig is playing his metal deck. We saw him on stream round 1. Had a close tie against Alec. And has won out since to earn a spot at this final table in round 5. John Patterson
is the only undefeated player with a perfect 4-0 record in the house right now. Of 22 players, these two are competing for a badge on the newly reset GLC badge board here at Full Grip Games. John is playing a Psychic deck. I think he's playing a Psychic Spread deck. And Craig is playing his Metal deck. So I think that Craig should probably have the advantage in this matchup, as he's playing a lot of tanky cards that can heal. But we'll have to see. John is playing first. Round 5 is underway. And it looks like maybe John is not playing a spread deck. No, this is just a more straightforward Malamar Zot2 build of Psychic. You can tell by some of the inclusions we're seeing as John flips through his opening search with Battle Compressor. Battle Compressor going to allow John to discard 3 cards from his deck. And I imagine, since he's going first, if he doesn't have a way to get that Battle VIP pass into hand, that will be one of the cards that gets compressed, I have to imagine. Yep, Battle VIP pass, certainly an easy choice. You could also send a Psychic Energy to the discard pile so that Malamar can use Psychic Recharge to charge it later. It's kind of like a weird situation because you don't necessarily want to put too many Psychic Energy in the discard pile early, because you play Zot2 as well, and Zot2 feeds off energy being in the hands, not in the discard pile. Usually you would take this opportunity with Battle Compressor, I'm sure, to discard Giratina from your deck. John choosing not to Battle Compress Battle VIP Pass. Okay, John wants to hit the Battle VIP Pass off the Mew. Okay, I think if I'm John, I actually prefer to see Mew use the Mysterious Tail ability first, because, like, I get it, right? You want to leave the Battle Compressor in the deck just in case you hit it. Oh my god, and he hits it. Okay, all right. All right, he's goated. Okay. I think if I'm John Patterson, I just use Mysterious Tail first, see if I hit the Battle Compressor, and then if not, I'll Battle Compressor and discard the Battle VIP Pass, right? But, you know, when you're goated, you're goated. John Patterson just ripping the Battle VIP Pass off of the Mew. Especially since he only thinned 1 card off the bat. You know, you only thinned 1 card out of a full deck to increase your odds of hitting the Battle VIP Pass off the Mysterious Tail. But when you're goated, you're goated. So John has got that 4-0 energy just flowing through his veins right now. And he'll pass. Both Craig and John opening very strong starters, as we see that Craig has got his own way to look at the top few cards of the deck. The Stellar Wish Jirachi there. Stellar Wish Jirachi only looks at the top 5 cards, while Mew looks at the top 6. However, Jirachi can select trainer cards off the top of the deck, which Mew can only get item cards. So notably, Jirachi can go get supporter cards. But Jirachi does put itself to sleep. So there's that as well. But Craig does play a skateboard to maneuver the Jirachi in and out of the active spot, even if it is asleep. Craig going to take a quick scan of the deck with Evolution Incense and see what he has access to. This should be just a really good match, honestly. Both players opening some great starters. And I'm stoked to see how this one plays out. Evolution Incense gets Bronzong, and we've got the Bronzor with the Evolutionary Advantage ability, which allows Bronzor to evolve straight into Bronzong on the first turn of the game.
since Craig is going second. So a very strong start there. And I think that Craig was able to rip a ball guy there off of the Stellar Wish. So ball guy could be a really strong way to get the game going. We see that that is the card that Craig decides to go for and is going to play ball guy on the first turn of the game, going second, allowing him to search his deck for 3 cards with ball in the name. I feel like ball guy is kind of your quintessential gym leader challenge card, a silly card that was not even remotely playable in standard format while it was legal, but a card that actually sees a lot of play in Gym Leader Challenge. And one of the reasons that Ball Guy sees so much play in Gym Leader Challenge is that it's a singleton format. So you can only play one of each card, except for basic energy, in your deck, and Ball Guy searches your deck for 3 different balls. And one of the things that keeps Ball Guy so relevant in the format is that it allows you to search for basic Pokemon on the first turn of the game if you want to, but it also allows you to go get balls that search out evolution Pokemon later in the game. So it's a flexible early supporter to assist with setup, but it's also not terrible in the mid to late game as well, as you can search out more evolution style Pokemon. And as Pokemon continues to print more and more balls over the years, Ball Guy is just that kind of supporter that gets stronger and stronger, right? Like, I think recently, Hisuian Heavy Ball, one of the strongest ball cards ever printed, allowing you to fish a basic Pokemon out of your prize cards. Hisuian Heavy Ball really took Ball Guy as a card to the next level, because Ball Guy now not only gets you 3 balls, it also gives you access to Hisuian Heavy Ball, which allows you to get a prized basic out of your prize cards. So Ball Guy is kind of like an additional out to that. And oh my God, Craig is cooking here. Turn 1 Bronzong because of evolutionary advantage, and then also Ultra Ball to discard 2 Metal Energy. And he is going to be able to get a turn 1 Metal Lynx to start accelerating extra Metal Energy into play on the very first turn of the game. Just absolutely crazy to see how much this Metal deck is popping off. And with John hitting the Battle VIP pass off of the Mysterious Tail to open the game too, just absolute insanity. This final match is certainly starting with some fireworks. Craig's got the Metal Energy from hand 2, can use Metal Lynx, get an extra energy onto Duraludon. And notice that Craig is also powering up Duraludon. And I think that's a really heads-up play from Craig, because Arcaludon has 180 hit points, and we see that John is leading with Iron Boulder, and Iron Boulder does 170 damage with its adjusted horn attack. So Arcaludon just barely survives an adjusted horn while taking the KO with Iron Blaster on the Iron Boulder. So a really interesting setup here from both players. I like Craig's decision to go ahead with the Arcaludon, but we'll see how strong his hand is from here. With only 2 cards left in hand, he did play his hand down almost completely to get this strong starts. John has got Xatu in play now and uses Clairvoyant Sense to attach an extra energy to Iron Boulder and draw 2 cards. Level Ball. Go grab another Pokemon out of the deck, and we've got a turn 2 Kirlia as well. Just, oh my gosh, this setup is just incredible. both players just popping off. Town map will flip John's prizes over for the remainder of the game. We can see what he was missing, and sure enough, that Giratina is prized, which is why we didn't see it hit off of the early battle compressor. And Nest Ball can go get another basic Pokemon out of the deck, put it onto the bench. And I think John has a research in hand too. My goodness. It's going to be an N though. All right. Deciding not to research. I don't agree with that play. I mean, Craig only had a 2-card hand, and one of the cards was Archaludon. I think I would have preferred to see John research, discard the hand, draw 7. No need to give your opponent 4 additional cards to play with. Oh, but I guess John is doing it so that he can match hand sizes, right? It's the guaranteed KO. Going 6-6. So, all right, I take it back. I see what John is doing. Because adjusted horn, you have to have match hand sizes. If you research, the odds of you being able to pare your hand down to... The odds of being able to pare the hand down to 2 are pretty much non-existent off of a research. So, okay, I like it. Adjusted horn, you have to match hand sizes. John's going to retreat this Mew. Take the knockout with Iron Boulder. So that is kind of the double-edged sword of Iron Boulder, is that sometimes you have to make gameplay decisions that are slightly suboptimal, which is why I was critiquing the N over the research, because on face value, yeah, you just research there. Don't give your opponent 4 new cards. But John had to give his opponent 4 new cards so that he could launch Adjusted Horn successfully to knock out this Jirachi. But I believe that Craig has teammates in hand, so we'll be able to respond to this easily. And John takes the first prize of the match. But Craig is right here with some great plays lined up of his own. He's got Revavroom in hand, so he can evolve that Varoom on the bench into Revavroom. I thought I saw teammates flashed earlier. He's also got Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, so he could stack his deck with that and then draw into it with Revavroom. Revavroom, of course, got the Rumbling Engine ability, which allows you to discard an energy from your hand, fill your hand to 6 cards. You see Craig trying to math some things out. He does have teammates. So honestly, teammates seems really good. I mean, you kind of trying to think, is this the optimal time to play Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking? And Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, I mean, could just be, if you're choosing between Cypher Maniac and teammates, if you have the opportunity to play Cypher Maniac, you probably just should. Because it's a lot harder to play than teammates. So I agree with Craig, kind of doing maybe a little bit of awkward stuff to try and make the Cypher play. I think that makes sense. But it looks like Craig is actually going to use Rumbling Engine first without using Cypher Maniac, knowing that he has the Archaludon guaranteed with teammates and is going to go teammates instead. So I think here, that could have been a fine opportunity to use Cypher Maniac. I mean, you're really splitting hairs, right? You've got both Cypher Maniac and teammates are going to allow you to get the knockout. Either one's fine. Craig's got that Bronzong on the bench, so like being a little wasteful with the energy and kind of aggressively discarding them doesn't really feel like a problem right now, because Metal Lynx is just going to accelerate those extra energy into play. I expect Craig to get a Metal Lynx and accelerate an extra energy to probably Zamazenta would be my guess. Though I don't think that there's... Zamazenta or Q-Font. Either of those would be good choices, I think. And John is deciding what to discard off of Parallel City. Decides to say goodbye to Mew and Xatu. Parallel City is an incredible card for Craig to have access to there. Bronzong accelerates an energy to Zamazenta, and Archaludon takes the knockout with Iron Blaster, 160 damage. The Parallel City there is really icing on the cake. And we see the power of that card showing up in this final match. Parallel City makes it so that if the blue side is facing you, you can only have 3 benched Pokemon. And if the red side is facing you, then your fire, grass, and water attacks do... Oh, Parallel, why are you so small? Do like 20 less damage. So... obviously, the red side has no downside against the metal deck. And we'll see if John is able to cook up a way to deal with this Archaludon. Archaludon has got 180 hit points. Which John's deck just might not be able to reach. And that is one of the strengths of Craig's metal deck, is that these attackers are all just very difficult to knock out. Archaludon, 180 hit points. Zamazenta, 130 base HP and the metal shield ability, which makes it take 30 less damage from attacks. John finds escape rope off of Trainer's Mail and could push around this Archaludon to take a knockout with Mimikyu, and I see it. Like that makes sense for sure. But you are kind of ignoring the Archaludon in that way. It allows John to keep up in the prize trade, but it doesn't deal with Craig's attackers. And every time you ignore Craig's attackers, you kind of just, it's like, it feels bad, right? Because you're not really addressing the issue in the game. And the issue in this game is that Craig's Archaludon has 180 hit points, and I'm not sure that John's got an easy way to deal with that. Sometimes Psychic decks will run Latios, which can just do 180 damage for 3, but you have to discard all energy attached to it. John does play Monkey Dory, which if you have damage on your own board, you can move damage counters onto your opponent's Pokemon. Obviously, the Adrenabrain ability sees a ton of action in standard format. But it's also playable in Gym Leader Challenge, especially when you combine that with Giratina's Shadow Impact attack, which puts 4 damage counters on one of your Pokemon. Then you can Shadow Impact, put 4 damage counters on your own Pokemon, then use Monkey Dory to move those damage counters onto your opponent's Pokemon, and that's kind of the loop that people are using. All right, John is actually going to use Guzma to bring up Bronzong and nix that energy recursion that Craig is taking advantage of with Bronzong's Metal Links, and John will take the lead again, going to 4 prizes using Copycat to copy Archaludon's Iron Blaster for 160 damage. And Craig no longer has Bronzong. I don't really expect him to build the Bronzong back up. He still has Beldum in play. Beldum can evolve into Metang, and Metang has got the Metal Maker ability, so if Craig can recover some of those metal energy that are in his discard pile now, and if he can recover those metal energy, then he'll be able to hit some off of Metal Maker. And Craig is going to use Versus Seeker for teammates. And it looks like Craig is once again going to get to choose whatever 2 cards he wants out of his deck, put into his hand. And it looks like he is favoring that Metang. I'm not exactly sure why John decided to double attach to the Mimikyu last turn. He could have used the Copycat for just a single energy with Dimension Valley, and now that Dimension Valley is countered, so I do think I would have liked to see John reallocate a different energy somewhere else. Maybe drop the Darkness onto Giratina or to Curlia. Would have been a better spot for that. And now Metang is online, the Metal Maker ability. And we can start to see some energy fly back into play. Craig is going to bench Dialga. And with Ordinary Rod, he can recover some energy. And with a whiff off of Metal Maker, Craig will just retreat into Archaludon Iron Blaster. Tie this game up at 4-4 prizes. John has got Crispin in hand, and we'll see if John ends up getting punished this turn for not allocating that second energy somewhere else. Kind of a missed opportunity there with a Dimension Valley. Dimension Valley makes it so that your Psychic Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless energy less. This is, again, one of the strongest stadiums in Gym Leader Challenge formats. And that would allow Mimikyu to swing with its Copycat attack for just a single energy. But we had a little bit of a missed opportunity there. John double attaching to the Mimikyu. Well, not double attaching, but using Psychic Recharge and attaching from hand. And now that Dimension Valley is gone. Do see John evolving into Gallade, and Gallade has got the very powerful Buddy Catch ability, which allows you to search your deck for a supporter once during your turn, put it into your hand. It looks like John is favoring Tulip
It's going to be very helpful. He could use Tulip to recover psychic energy from the discard pile, as well as a Pokemon. Any combination of the two, you can get up to 4 basic psychic energy and psychic Pokemon from your discard pile to your hand. Could allow him to get the boulder back. If he can match hand sizes, you can get some psychic energy back. You can get Xatu back. But the issue with this game persists as John is still not able to one-hit KO this Archaludon. And Craig is leveraging this Archaludon massively right now, understanding that there's no easy way for John to deal with it. And this is a very tight trade back and forth. Both players with strong starts in this game. Xatu is going to use Clairvoyant Sense, Accelerated Energy, draw 2. John finds another Darkness Energy, Muscle Band. Oh, John does have Muscle Band. Muscle Band increases the damage done by an attack by 20. So Muscle Band is the difference maker here and will allow Iron Boulder to take a knockout on this Archaludon. If John can match hand sizes, which he absolutely will be able to with Mysterious Treasure in hand. He's got Ultra Ball in hand too. So Adjusted Horn, I don't like this play. If John can match hand sizes, he should absolutely just deal with the Archaludon. He's got a Muscle Band. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got the Muscle Band in hand, but if, yeah, and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this just seems like a really missed opportunity. It feels like, right? Because if you go, he's got 5 here. I guess, was there no way to match hand sizes while only playing the Muscle Band? I suppose not, right? There is. So long as you have a Psychic Pokemon in hand, you could Mysterious Treasure away the Rope and go get a Psychic Pokemon out of the deck, right? If there was a Psychic Pokemon in the deck, then John could have matched hand sizes while still knocking out the Archaludon. I also really don't like committing the Muscle Band already, because the Muscle Band in John's deck is the only way he has to deal with the Archaludon. And now he's kind of left it vulnerable by putting it into play. And that means that Craig could play Field Blower and remove it. And if Craig can find a Field Blower, then he's going to nix the only way that John has to deal with this powerful Archaludon in the active spot. Revivroom's going to Rumbling Engine, draw a couple cards. And Raihan is the supporter for turn. Allows Craig to accelerate an energy from the discard pile into play and then go get a card out of his deck. And honestly, I would expect it to be either Field Blower or a tool that makes it more difficult for this Archaludon to go down. But I think Field Blower would just be a great call here. Take care of that Muscle Band and make John kind of pay for overextending a little bit and not using the Muscle Band to knock out the Archaludon the turn previous. I think this is fine. Getting the Metal Goggles, right? Getting the Metal Goggles effectively does the same thing as Field Blower this turn. Metal Maker going to find 1 Metal Energy.
And Craig's going to decide where he wants to put that. I think that this turn you probably want to attack with Zamazenta and save the Archaludon. The Archaludon's buff to the board, giving the entire board free retreat with metal energy attached, is just so strong. I think I would like to see Craig go Goggles to the Zamazenta and knockout. This is fine too, but it's like a small thing. Archaludon with the Goggles has an effective 210 hit points. Pretty much impossible to knock out unless John goes Field Blower. Okay, well, actually, you know, now that we're like looking at the way that John's hand actually looks, John has Hex in hand. So, I mean, Hex Maniac would have made it so that the Gallade still clears the Zamazenta because it would have turned off Zamazenta's ability. So, I think Craig actually ended up making the correct call by attacking with the Archaludon. John does have Field Blower and is going to be able to knock out this Archaludon. See a question over on Twitch. Can the Archaludon attack back-to-back turns? It actually can use Iron Blaster because John played Escape Rope last turn to push it to the bench. And when Pokemon move to the bench, all effects of attacks get removed, including self-imposed effects. So, yes, the Archaludon can attack back-to-back turns since it was benched. It's a good question, though. Comes up quite a bit. And now, John going unpunished yet again. And has got Gallade to take the KO with Swirling Slice. I think that was a misplay from Craig. If Craig has access to Field Blower in the deck and chose not to use Field Blower to remove that Muscle Band, then I think that was a misplay from Craig. Because now Swirling Slice did 180 damage. John laid the Muscle Band down a turn earlier, gave him an opportunity to remove it, and Craig did not. Craig's got a Bronzor. He's going to bench again. And now, I mean, it is crunch time. John's got Mimikyu built up. Mimikyu can very easily answer the Zamazenta. This is kind of one of the reasons why I was thinking that Zamazenta might have been the better attacker last turn. Getting rid of the Gallade is certainly very good. But it's going to be up to Craig to try and figure out a way to disrupt this prize trade. John's Field Blower is down now, so he doesn't have access to that, so the tool cards are much more likely to stick. And Craig did have Field Blower in deck, so I just saw it flash there. So I'm going to give Craig a hard time. I think Craig misplayed by not using Field Blower. I think he was a little too conservative trying to go for the pod helmet. He should have smelled blood and just nixed that Muscle Band the second it came into play. But it's hard to say. I mean, you don't know all of the outs that John has to do 180 damage. You don't know that that is John's literal only out in deck to do 180 damage. You know, maybe Craig is thinking that there could be a possible, Craig might be thinking that there might be a Latios in John's deck. And if there's a Latios in John's deck, then the Goggles might be correct. So it's easy to say from our bird's eye perspective that the Field Blower was the correct play because it looks like John does not play Latios in his list. But Latios
Yep, Latios would have been something that Craig might be thinking about. So we'll see. Cypher Maniac stacks the deck. Craig can draw into those cards with Rumbling Engine. And Superon going to chuck a few energy back into the deck, which now Matang can potentially hit off Metal Maker. I think the potential win con for Craig now is going to be that Craig has to disrupt John's hand next turn while sweeping with like this Dialga that has a pot helmet on it. Metal Maker hits, and Dialga is loaded up now. Zamazenta going to take a big knockout with the Retaliate attack for 220 damage. And the game is tied again at 2-2 prizes. In order for Craig to win this match, he is going to have to force a missed knockout from John. And John has the knockout guaranteed on board right now. John's hand is not good, though. I mean, he's got Hex and nothing else. So, well, Mysterious Treasure. John not going to get anything off of Mysterious Treasure. Skipping on the Articuno. Mimikyu's Copycat will copy Zamazenta's Retaliate. I think that that's maybe a slight misplay there from John. I really think I would have liked to see him get the Galarian Articuno out of the deck, because you can already use Malamar to Psychic Recharge to the Mimikyu, but Galarian Articuno is kind of like your guaranteed win con. Like, say Craig uses Iono next turn, right? Don't you want to... Oh, I see what John's going. Okay, I see the route John's going. I think John is thinking that he is going to power up Giratina and use Hex Knockout and save Mimikyu for the final attacker. I don't love that, because Craig has kind of already revealed that his next attacker is Dialga, right? So Mimikyu's Copycat doesn't do anything to Dialga, because Dialga's attack does more damage for the amount of metal energy attached to it. And Mimikyu's not going to have any metal energy attached to it. And John is also not playing Hex this turn. So we see, like, in this final turn, if John had used the Mysterious Treasure to go get the Galarian Articuno, take a knockout with Mimikyu, load 2 energy onto Galarian Articuno, say go, right? Then you're forcing Craig to make you miss an energy for game, right? Like, that's really hard to do, especially when you have Malamar already on play. So I feel like the checkmate play for John was to get that Galarian Articuno onto the board, because Galarian Articuno has the Psy Laser attack, which could target down Bronzor, Matang, either of those two. But here we go, folks. The game and the tournament is all coming down to these final turns. John Patterson going to go to just 1 prize card remaining. Using Copycats to copy Retaliate.
We know John just got Versus Seeker with Arvin. Does Craig have a way to disrupt John's hand? If Craig does not have a way to disrupt John's hand, I think it's game over. And oh my God, Craig finds N. This is how the comeback happens, folks. This is exactly why John should have loaded up the Articuno. Craig has the N off of the Pokegear. This is why John had to go Articuno instead of loading up the Giratina. Tate Liza. Huh? What? Is there an Iono in this hand? There's got to be. Does he already have the Iono? He's got to already have the Iono. I understand Iono is correct because you put the Versus Seeker to the bottom of the deck. So, like, it's got to already be an Iono in the hand. That's got to be it, right? What are we doing here? I don't think I see an Iono. Rumbling engine. Turn 0 of time. Craig, tell me you have an Iono. If you didn't grab the N off of that, dude. If you didn't grab the N and you don't have a hand disruption, I'm gonna freak out, man. Field blower. I don't think that's an Iono, man. What? Oh my gosh. It is an Iono. All right. It's an Iono, folks. It's an Iono. Oh, it's an Iono. Oh, thank God. All right. It's an Iono. All right. We have an Iono. I really couldn't see it. Got an Iono. Whew. All right. And now the game all comes down to this. Craig Ionos John to 1. Metal Maker. Whiff. Doesn't matter. Dialga gonna take the knockouts with Metal Blast, dealing 120 damage for the KO. And now John had an opportunity to load up a Galarian Articuno this last turn and did not do it. Instead, decided to load up this Giratina. And Giratina cannot take a knockout on Dialga. And with Birdkeeper, if John had put those energy onto Galarian Articuno, he would win with a Birdkeeper top deck because he could use Psychic Recharge, Birdkeeper, Galarian Articuno for game. So this is, oh my gosh, just such a close game. But I think John's misfire here and deciding to go Giratina instead of Galarian Articuno is going to lose him the game, and his perfect 4-0 start will come to an end at the hand of Craig's deck. There's nothing that this Giratina can do unless John has a second tool removal card in his deck, which I don't believe he has. And John instead trying to go for confusion with Monkey Dory, but he doesn't have it. And Craig is your winner with Metal, advancing to a record of 4-0-1. Craig is going to take the win and earn
his first badge of the 2026 Gym Leader Challenge season here at Full Grip Games. Medal taking the win. You love to see it. Well played by both players. GG's. Craig Davenport's on the board with his medal deck. John with another second place finish here at Full Grip Games tonight. Very consistently a top player at GLC League. Unfortunately, he will have to try again with the Psychic deck. Well played by everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Huge thanks to everybody who showed up. 22 players tonight for Gym Leader Challenge League Night. An awesome turnout. That's going to do it for me tonight. So you guys all have a great night. Make sure to check out the signups on FullGripGames.com for the Mega Evolution 6K. Signups are available now. We've got a Mega Evolution 3K for standard format and a Mega Evolution 3K for Gym Leader Challenge format happening the release weekend of Mega Evolution here at Full Grip Games. Should be a ton of fun. Signups are live now, so definitely make sure to scope that out if you are in the region or area and want an opportunity to play against the best of the best in Gym Leader Challenge formats. Y'all take it easy and have a great night. I'll be back next Wednesday with some more tabletop action. Cole is going to be joining me for a retro stream. Ruby and Sapphire through Power Keepers should be